datang di MPL Season 8. Kita sudah ada di penghujung minggu ketiga. Pada hari ini akan ada 4 tim yang berjibaku untuk memperebutkan posisi teratas klasmen. Di pertandingan pertama ada GEEK FAM yang akan berhadapan dengan ONIC. Bagaimana persiapan kedua tim untuk bertanding kali ini?
Halo guys, perkenalkan gue Renvi, gue player GEEK FAM ID. Nah jadi kali ini gue bakal room tour GEEK FAM ID ya. Sebelum itu kita coba masker dulu, sini udah aman guys. Nah kondisinya kayak gini nih, cuma biasa kita pakai buat review. Dan anak-anak biasa lah ini week 1, week 2 udah masuk di week 3. Jadi kita harus tanya-tanya ke Firza sih, persiapan apa yang harus kita siapin buat lawan ONIC. Halo Cak.
Oh Ipin.
Nah jadi kita udah masukin ke week 3 nih. Menurut lo kita harus siapin apa buat lawan ONIC?
Menurut gua ya, kita kayak harus main lebih rapi dari minggu sebelumnya. Kalau kita main lebih rapi, nggak ada penyesalan ntar.
So, langsung aja yuk ke match ya.
Woi Pan, sorry ganggu lu lagi streaming.
Oi,
Ntar kan ada week 3 nih, kita lawan GEEK FAM. Menurut lu gimana performa GEEK FAM nih sekarang?
ini kan tim ONIC, tim kita ya, kuat banget kan. Gue sih yakin setelah tiap hari kita latihan, menjalani hari-hari latihan dengan keras ya, gue pasti pede banget buat menang.
Jadi lu pede ya?
Pede banget dong.
Well guys, itulah pendapat Maipan. Jadi ntar aja lah kita lihat hasilnya ya.
Dan di pertandingan penutup akan ada aksi tim RRQ Hoshi yang akan berhadapan dengan Rebellion Genflix. Apa persiapan RRQ untuk pertandingan kali ini?
Aler. Nah, menurut lu nih gimana nih? Kita kan udah masuk ke MPL week ketiga nih. Kita bakal ketemu tuh Genflix. Menurut lu gimana kalau kita lawan Genflix?
Ya maksimalin aja.
Menang kagak?
Menang dong.
Nah, gitu dong. Kita sama kita confident harusnya kita menang-menang aja ya, Ler ya. Let's go.
Ya, kembali lagi bersama gua, Val. Sekarang di sini ada teman kita, gua mau tanya nih. Kita di week 3 habis lawan overall lawan RRQ nih. Jadi menurut lu nih apa yang harus kita lakukan nih?
Kita sering-sering latihan, review game, bonding, jaga kesehatan, optimis aja sih.
Jadi optimis ya?
Ya, optimis.
Mental, pasti mental ya.
Pasti.
Mental juga itu penting ya. Kita lihat nanti hasilnya ya.
Setiap tim mempersiapkan kesiapannya dengan matang. Siapa yang akan berhasil memenangkan pertandingan kali ini? Mari kita saksikan di MPL Indonesia Season 8.
Lihat, coba dipaksa, Nosang dikeluarkan, dapetin 2, tapi jatuh kau dipahami momen dan jaga kuasa mendapatkan siapapun dan di belakang sana. Lihat yang bisa diberikan, Selok yang dikeluarkan, killing spree didapatkan, dan Staples Soblet gak dapetin siapapun, bahkan kau masih bertahan hidup, masih mau lebih dari seorang variasi, menuju ke belakang, looking for strip, dan bahkan, this is it, almost wipe out didapatkan, Aura Poker memantapkan diri dengan kemenangan 2-0.
Itu bola dengan ada Nino yang kali ini langsung di triple sweep oleh adanya Rainbow, tapi langsung dibalaskan aja tapi Somplay langsung di pop up 1-3 cukup sekarang dari matchnya dan kali harus hilang, tapi Raffi di sisi lain terkena dengan flame magic begitu pula double kill masih cukup kuat dari seorang Lunak. 1v1 situation di arah bottom lane dengan adanya Esmeralda benar-benar ditahan banget, buying time yang bagus sekali, bahkan lihat so fresh banget dari seorang Esmeraldanya nggak bisa gerak, dan ini dia base-nya terbuka lebar untuk alter ego, bakal Winter Sunshine tidak akan menyelamatkan diri dari seorang Bran karena coba lihat menggila banget dari seorang Melly Boy dan juga Raffi di sini.
Bakal coba di decoy, Baitam Kuma dikeluarkan, PDS telah keluar, Albert gak punya buff ungu, tapi kali ini lihat Klein harus mundur ke belakang, yang nyawa pertama masih coba ditahan, Meteor Shower diberikan, berhasil menumbangkan Lord, PN ke arah belakang, PN bakal tumbangin, tapi lihat satu buah hari Sabar Persona dikeluarkan, bakal fokus menuju ke arah base-nya, dan Persing masih mencoba bertahan, one by one situation, Bayang lihat berhasil menumbangkan Persing, Shanta didapatkan, dan base-nya, Impulse Lane masih bisa dapetin satu buah parsa yang harus tumbang. RRQ pun harus tumbang. Duel dengan cara Persing. Dan tersisa cover. Ini bencana. RRQ Hoshi. Raja dan segala raja. Fokus ke arah base-nya. Dan bahkan di sisi Raja berhasil memenangkan pertandingan dan menumpangkan sang Raja Hutan. Raja dari segala raja memenangkan El Clasico pertama.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 3, day number 3. Back at it again here with your main caster Mirko, my co-caster Gani, and our analyst still with you after yesterday, Arashi. How are you doing, boys? We've got 2 stellar matches today. Of course, the first being GEEK FAM taking on Gani's favorites, ONIC Esports right there. Whoa, indeed, Gani. But before we get into all that juicy stuff, we gotta talk about something first, alright? MPL Indonesia Season 8 is being held in private and with limited guests. All of the production team that attend the venue have undergone a mandatory COVID-19 test and are practicing a strict health protocol and adherence to the government's guidelines. So we're doing our part to beat this pandemic. You guys should do your part as well. Please do stay at home and we can beat this together, guys, alright? But as well, MPL Season 8, it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, guys. MPL Season 8 is presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, our official live streaming platform NIMO TV, our official bank partner Livin by Mandiri, our official short video partner Snack Video, our official partners in esports here, Secret Labs, and also Mang Goku are also at your service. And Gani, tell me what is up, my dude.
What is up? The first match is going to be crazy, of course, Mirko.
Absolutely, but if you guys wanna know the latest information and the latest news about MPL Indonesia, you guys can go ahead and follow us on our social media right there. We got our Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, NIMO TV, and our Snack Video account all down below if you want to check it out. All the latest news, all the latest clips, and highlight moments will be posted on all of the social media. So now that we got that all out of the way, I gotta tell you guys about the best phone in the world, guys. Samsung Galaxy A32, A52, and A72. They are ready for you guys, alright? The official smartphone of MPL Season 8. Own these to bring up your gaming performance. Awesome is for everyone, alright? Follow us at Samsung Indonesia and visit us at GalaxyAseries.com for more information right here. You got the crazy camera, you got the crazy specs to play your games, and on top of that, you have the long-lasting battery. But as well, you know, when you're on your Samsung phone, you gotta watch MPL in NIMO TV with NIMO TV. Don't forget to watch all your favorite streamers on NIMO TV and win attractive prizes right there. So you guys can keep up with the latest, maybe even the metas here, because a lot of coaches, a lot of streamers, a lot of ex-pro players are co-streaming this event in NIMO TV. So go ahead and check it out. Now that we got all that out of the way, finally, let's talk about the matchup that we have today. ONIC Esports taking on GEEK FAM. ONIC with a disappointing performance, I should say, against EVO's Legends, and GEEK FAM still at that 7th position. Not really a good position, Arashi. Tell me what you think about these two matchups before we get into the VTs.
I think there's a lot of similarities between the two teams playing. That's in the first match, right? There's talks about how some of them are even fans of each other in a sense. So it will be great to see that maybe with that admiration comes a lot of good observation, and maybe they can pick off some kind of pattern, some kind of strat that us lay people maybe, you know, might not be able to realize, Mirko.
Absolutely, and right there, ONIC Esports, Gani, I want to know some thoughts from you, because you didn't cast the game when ONIC lost against EVOs. I want to know your thoughts on that, and also how is their mental here coming against GEEK FAM?
It was a tough loss indeed, Mirko. I mean, 2-0 loss is just heartbreaking to see, but I want to see them bounce back. GEEK FAM not looking too good just yet in this league, haven't really found their footing. They're still figuring out things, so I want to see ONIC see their performance here taking on GEEK FAM. But GEEK FAM, they really need to show up, man. They really need to show up on this match, Mirko.
Yeah, absolutely right there. As you can see, Gani is sitting on the edge of his seat here, getting so ready for the matchup right now. ONIC and GEEK FAM. Again, GEEK FAM with with Hans coming up from the MDL to the MPL, it is going to be something very, very interesting to see, right? Because in his debut match, not the intended outcome, he lost in his debut match, and now it's time for him to prove everyone wrong, right? Maybe even silence the haters here in the game against ONIC Esports, the 3rd place team. The 4th place team now, because RRQ took EVO's Legends' spot. So again, the 4th place going against the 7th place. GEEK FAM will need to find a win here in Season 8 if they want to keep going and make it to the playoffs, because again, 7 and 8, they both won't be able to get into the playoff spot, and that will mean that will prove to be like very, very hard for them again, because GEEK FAM, they haven't made it to the playoffs in 3 seasons now if we're counting Season 8. But let's take a look at the standings first before we talk about that. Right as I talk about the positions, we're just going to see it for ourselves right here. And right now, the standings presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series is going to be on your screen right here. We still got in the 1st place position with 100% match rate, not losing a single time, Alter Ego Esports. Then we're followed by RRQ Hoshi, Evo's Legends, ONIC Esports, and then in the 5th place position, Gani.
We got Aura Fire, who is very, very strong this season, followed by Bigatron Alpha, GEEK FAM, and as well as Rebellion Genflix. Both teams, GEEK FAM and as well as Rebellion, hasn't really they have their mistakes, so I'm looking forward to see their progress here, because yeah, again, just like Mirko mentioned, 7th and 8th place will not secure a playoff spot here from Mirko.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd taken by RRQ Hoshi after the El Clasico match yesterday, and ONIC Esports, this is the time for them to climb back, right? They can take back that 2nd place position. They only have 4 games played here, so 1 less than everyone in the top 5. So if they want to take their spot back in the 2nd place position, they will have to get a win over GEEK FAM. But GEEK FAM, again, with them standing at the 7th place, it is going to be basically them coming into this matchup no holding back, right? There's nothing to lose anymore. They either win it or they're gonna lose and stay in the same position. So I think it's going to be a very tough test for ONIC Esports. Even though GEEK FAM hasn't performed really well in the previous days, they have definitely the mental here coming into it, right? Because again, nothing to lose. They're just gonna go here. As now we take a look at the MVP standings, Arashi.
Yeah, in 1st place it's RRQ Albert. 2nd place it's Boots from ONIC. In the 3rd place it's Fairsake from EVOS. 4th and 5 is Alter Ego with Nino and Boy. Godiva shooting up into the 6th position from Aura. And on the 7th place, it's still Alter Ego Ahmad and BTR Brands in the last spot. So we saw a lot of great plays coming in yesterday, and a bunch of new faces just keep popping up. So clearly, the race towards being the #1 MVP isn't over. There's plenty of people with the same score, so there's plenty of opportunities to try and get ahead of the others and pull yourself away from the rest of the group, Mirko.
Absolutely. You know, Season 6, Brands was the regular season MVP. Season 7, it was Albert. Maybe this time around, we'll see someone different. According to the pattern, that is exactly what's going to happen. Again, Alter Ego, basically, you know, they have a monopoly going on, right? In the MVP standings.
3 players.
3 members, right? The 3 players of their team in the top 10. That's just crazy, honestly, right? Alter Ego, they've been performing insanely. Nothing left to say. But let's just take a look at both of the teams' VTs right here, guys. As we're gonna hold it back a little bit, all right? But right here, we are going to go to the VT very, very soon, Gani. As again, it is gonna be GEEK FAM taking on ONIC.
My blade moves with the shadows. The limit.
All right. Let's take a look at the lane predictions right here and right now, Rashi, for both of the teams. Tell me what you can see.
Well, for GEEK FAM, we got Renvi in the gold lane, so quite interesting. But we have Salman as a roamer, Frieza as the mid lane, Hans in the jungle, another interesting player to take a look at, to put your focus on. Adam in the XP lane, and on the other side, on ONIC, we do have CW in the gold lane, Sans in the jungler, Drian as the mid lane, Keyboy as the roamer, and Boots, as always, in the XP lane. I think there's a lot of emphasis to put on the side of GEEK FAM, because we've heard them talk about how the addition of Hans, although he didn't do that well in his debut match, he actually has a lot of flexibility, and that gives GEEK FAM a lot of option to try and have more flexible and more unpredicted strategies. So they've been talks about that, but we have to see if he can actually deliver in this particular match, Mirko.
Yeah, again, Hans, back in the MPL, one of the main reasons he was brought to the MPL is because he can bring a lot of unique picks in. But unfortunately for GEEK FAM, we haven't really seen a lot of those crazy picks, like the Sun in the jungle position, like even the Export bringing into jungle position. Hans has been forced to play maybe the quote-unquote meta heroes apart. You know, he should be... Honestly, I think, right, if GEEK FAM want to have the chance, they need to use that unpredictability of Hans's hero choice here, and his unique hero pool will be one of the good weapons, one of the strong weapons to go against someone like ONIC, a team who, you know, relatively just sticks to the current meta picks here, Gani.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Hans is very good on that export, but we haven't seen him performing really well. Meanwhile, Sans is not looking good on that export. He played export, but it does not come to fruition for the side of ONIC. But we will see that their distinction of both junglers here. As for Salman, though, it will be his debut for his team here, Mirko. So I'm interested to see his matchup against Keyboy indeed.
Yeah, for sure. Salman, again, was benched for the majority of the season right now. In the third week, he finally graces us with his presence. Will he be the saving factor, the X factor here to bring GEEK FAM their second match win in this season? Let's just take a look at the coach head-to-head before we talk about that. But snack video head-to-head for both coaches. We got Bentroll from the side of GEEK FAM and also ONIC with their coach, Mars here, Rashi.
Clearly, off the bat, Mars has the bigger name, and he also has the bigger win rate. So there's a lot to say because ONIC has been performing really well. You did mention there has been, you know, more disappointing performances, but overall, ONIC is still a very solid team as of the looks of it, and GEEK hasn't been performing as well. But on the other hand, they still have a couple of options to play with. They still have a couple of cards have not shown to the audience, to the other teams. So we have to see if Bentroll can actually come up with a strat, with a new, you know, with a change in lineup, a change in compositions that he can still pull off to try and catch Mars off guard. But obviously, Mars is going to be very experienced in this situation, so he will probably try and predict that as well, Mirko.
Yeah, absolutely right here. Bentroll obviously coming into this matchup, the underdog, you can say, right? And it's gonna be hard to. It's gonna be very hard for him to draft against ONIC, a team which has a very wide hero pool, very deep hero pool. But again, one of the main weaknesses from ONIC is that they play very relative. Like they play very meta-ish. You know, they stick to the meta. They don't go out of that. They don't go out of their comfort zone. Whereas GEEK FAM, most of their wins or the win that they got was with some crazy picks right here. As we take a look at the Samsung Galaxy A series ways to victory, tell me how GEEK FAM can take a dub against ONIC right here, Arashi.
So for sure, they need to try and curb Sans and his farming, because we have seen Sans being so consistent, always having a very good, you know, stream of income from his farming, and also, as we mentioned earlier, using Hans' big hero pool to try and pull out something unexpected. Obviously, with any game, any team, discipline on objectives and controlling the waves will be critical. We saw GEEK FAM being able to actually have some control, especially in the early game. They have to, you know, continue with that and get something more towards the mid game. Along with that, Frieza with his big bursts and, you know, his signature heroes, if he can get rolling, there's plenty of things that he can do to try and lead his team to victory. And Renvi, if he can win the gold lane, he has the double benefit of being a big impact for his team, as well as shutting down CW, a very notable member from the side of ONIC.
Indeed, shutting down CW is one of the probably the factors to beating ONIC. But I want to point out Frieza. his burst damage. He has Kagura and perhaps Farsa that we will probably see in the first game or this match here, Miracle. But ooh, look at that stomp from the audience prediction. ONIC is leading 87% comparing to GEEK FAM only 13% here. Miracle, do you agree with this?
I agree, but at least GEEK FAM has like the, double digits, At least they got double digits, because yesterday Rebellion Genflix against Aura Fire, the predictions were 94 to Aura and 6% to Rebellion,
Wow.
so at least they got double digits here. Again, 4th place team who has still a very good record, 3-1, 75% match rate, going against them who hasn't gotten a win here, and the complete opposite, 25% match rate. We will see how both of these teams look as we take a look at the gaming house for each team here. Let's see what's the environment looking like in the gaming house for GEEK FAM and ONIC. I'm very curious to see whether ONIC has gotten has gotten a little bit more serious here, because we've seen Sans, we've seen everyone laugh every time we see them in the gaming house here, but we are gonna see GEEK FAM. It looks like a lot of them are bald now for some reason. All right, maybe it's a change of style here. Change of style, Rashi, as we take a look at the team head-to-head by NIMO TV. Tell me what you can see.
So off the bat, you see a lot of stats suspiciously similar to each other, like 60% first tower rate, and there's ONIC has the higher first lord rate because they have been more successful. And we see GEEK falter a bit in that mid game, especially against teams who play very objectively orientated. But the average damage dealt is still about 40,000. So you can tell that both teams, in a sense, have a solid early game because they have the same first tower rate. You see, so if GEEK FAM again can stay disciplined enough after the early game to maintain that control maybe and that pressure and translate that into more objectives later on and avoid making any mistakes that ONIC will be sure to capitalize on, they are still a very solid team, I believe. Their members are quite notable, Goni.
Quite notable indeed. As we can see here, the gaming house from ONIC, they look calm, collected, as well as GEEK FAM. I think they are pretty composed as well entering the first match, but we will see here the drafts. Coaches are probably discussing the approaches, the route that they are willing to go with here, Miracle. But yeah, I think Farsa will become popular here, especially after the first match. So I'm expecting more Farsas, perhaps even Ling, a battle of Ling as well here, Mirko.
Yeah, one thing worth mentioning though for the side of GEEK FAM is that even in their losses, most of the times they were able to secure an early game lead, even securing maybe an early game tempo here, getting the first turtle, getting the first tower, right? Even against RRQ Hoshi, they were leading in terms of objectives. It's just that they got completely wiped out in the team fight. So again, I think what they need to do is play for the macro game. They have a stellar macro game. All they need to do is don't overcommit into these team fights, all right? Now let's get straight into the drafting phase. We'll see if that comes true, Gani. If the Farsa and Ling will become the first prios here for both teams. ONIC Esports again with their first ban should prioritize an export right there, knowing how GEEK FAM can utilize that hero very, very well, flexing it on every single role. Hans can play it, Renvi can play it, and also Adam, who plays in the side lane. But GEEK FAM will choose to ban away this Matilda as the first ban. Again, this Matilda hasn't gotten touched at all in the current patch, so it is still one of the strongest, if not the strongest hero with Paquito, but Jawhead will be the answer for the side of ONIC Esports. Arashi.
Alright, we saw the other day there was quite the matchup between Matilda and the Jawhead, and even though Matilda is a very strong pick in its own right, sometimes depending on the composition and the situation of the game, the Jawhead just has a lot more applicable utility for his team. So we see that Bandit from ONIC, a team that really understands that they really want to have dominant team fights. We've see them perform really good whenever they are grouped up together. So making sure to deny that from the side of GEEK FAM, who, as you mentioned, has great macro control and has a lot of early game presence in the games they've been in. So denying that early game playmaking potential from them will be a very useful thing to be doing from the side of ONIC. They do ban out the Popo and Kupana from the side of GEEK FAM. I think maybe trying to deny that early game pressure to try and see if they can get an opportunity to try and invade and maybe shut down Sans. We see here the comparison head-to-head between Sans and Hans. Very similar here. the KDA is higher on Hans as well as the gold per minute actually. Kill participation is slightly higher by 2%. So, but obviously Sans has been the more consistent player and he's been performing against people that are a bit slightly more notable in a sense, which is why Hans himself actually mentioned that he is actually a fan of Sans. So this will be quite the important match for him. There's a lot of pressure coming into this game, Goni.
And indeed, but we can see here, Miracle, Ling and Hayabusa is still open. So perhaps GEEK FAM will ban out one or even ban out other heroes just to let those two heroes enter the line of dawn here, Miracle. But I want to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely, you know, ONIC Esports, I think they are going to go for that Ling first pick here with the Phoveus ban, and GEEK FAM will be forced to either ban this Paquito or just let it go, you know, let ONIC Esports first pick the Ling or the Paquito and they will pick it up for themselves here. But again, Paquito is just way too expensive. They will ban it out. ONIC will most likely pick this Ling as their first pick because again, they have set it up.
Or Harley. Oh,
they banned the Phoveus as well. Yes, the Harley could come as well, but I'm feeling more towards Ling. Maybe after that Evo's game, he is traumatized here. He doesn't want to pick that Ling anymore. But we will see a lot of heroes open right now. There is still XP laners as well, like even if they do want to pick it up, Banazetta is open, Farsa if they want to get a mage down right here, Harley like you mentioned is a very good flex and also a prior hero as of this patch right here, but it will be the Hayabusa pickup for the side of ONIC Esports, again securing a very solid early game pick and also a very solid flex pick here as it can be flexed to the gold lane, Rashi.
Right, as you mentioned, there's CW is very competent at gold lane, so if he can get a strong dominant hero like Hayabusa, he can probably translate that advantage from his lane towards the rest of the team. We've seen that happen in the previous games with EVOS, with RRQ. So clearly the side lane priority seems to be a bit of more of a factor in the current fast-paced, aggressive meta. So we have to see what GEEK FAM takes in response to this. They do pick up the Harley, and they pick up another assassin in the Saber. As we mentioned, they like playing for that early game advantage, early game picks, and these two assassins will do very well in ensuring that they have that playmaking potential, Gani.
Yeah, but they do really need to capitalize on that early game pressure because if not, then ONIC will take the rhythm mid-game, especially late game. So I think execution here is very, very key to GEEK FAM's victory here, Miracle.
Yeah, I think Harley is going to have a hard time going against Hayabusa, against such a mobile hero. It's going to be extremely hard to land that poker trick, and even the deadly magic can be dodged away with the shadow kill. So let's just see what ONIC Esports picks in return here. They should pick up a tanky character to just deny this Saber, and it will certainly be it. Esmeralda and Grok, again, anti-CC, tanky characters right here, sustainable characters to go against the Saber. They do not want to get picked off, and this will be the return for the side of GEEK FAM. What will they last pick here in the final phase of the first drafting phase here? GEEK FAM. With the Saber pick and the Harley pick, this is still, it can flex either way, right? They might go for a Saber gold lane and then a Harley mid lane and go for another jungler here, perhaps a Sun. But it is going to be very risky. I think they're just going to go for maybe a tank pick right here or perhaps a side laner who can deal with Esmeralda like Lunox, I would say here, Rashi.
Yeah, Lunox is good.
Yeah, having a Lunox would be good. Again, it gives them also a bit more security in the mid-game to late game that Goni is very concerned about. But they do pick up the Thamus, another solid side lane hero, quite dominant in his laning phase as well. But we mentioned how it's a tanky hero as Miko predicted, but I think they kind of lack, I guess, some, again, playmaking. Saber is a good hero to try and get those pickoffs, get that crowd control, but he can't really be the main engager in a sense unless they have like such high tempo that there is no retaliation coming aside of ONIC. But the way things look, if he goes in with the Saber, he might just get bursted down immediately. Here we see the head-to-head between Boots and Adam, both XP laners that has shown great potential, moments of brilliance from both of them, but Boots is the more well-known. For sure, he has the higher stats for the most part and the higher KDA, for he actually makes a lot more solo plays, I feel. And as we mentioned before in the previous games we've casted, we think that Boots is quite the underrated EXP laner in the MPL right now. So it will be a huge test for Adam to see if he can go up against such a competent player on the opposite side. But Kagura is picked up by the side of GEEK FAM, denying that long range the burst potential from ONIC Esports. Well, so since they have 2 assassins, I think that's a very good move.
Your team is
because
banning.
that's a risk that they that they have against a long range burst denial, the Goni.
But from the side of ONIC here, Miracle, I think banning Uranus is the way to go, knowing GEEK FAM's composition here is lacking that frontline presence except Samu. So I think denying another magical hero and as well as Uranus, as well as tanky unit. So I think that's a smart way to go. Perhaps an Alice ban could be next from the side of ONIC, but Miracle, tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, an Alice ban can certainly come through, but I don't think the Uranus ban is very... I don't really like that Uranus ban. Again, GEEK FAM has picked this Tamus. This Tamus will 100%, and I'm going to say it, 100% go to that XP lane. So GEEK FAM banning away the Lunox and the Kagura away from Drian, right? So maybe Drian can go for something like a Selena here, as ONIC will ban this Ruby for the side lane. Now, I like the Ruby ban, right? Because Ruby can go to the gold lane. Uranus, though, I really don't think he can... He isn't really efficient in the gold lane, right? You want something that maybe has some damage output in that gold lane, so he can clear faster, you know. And Uranus in the early game, as we all know, is gonna have a hard time, especially against someone like Esmeralda, who can go for the crazy trades, especially with that shield. So GEEK FAM right now should pick up a hero for the gold lane, or they can pick up a tank right here. If they do pick up a tank, I think Martis is still available if they do want to go for something that can anti-CC, and also, you know, it synergizes and complements the other heroes in their composition if they want to go for something more early game oriented. And here GEEK FAM will choose to go. So not entirely sure what their composition is trying to do right now, because some of them want to go in, another one is here for the engage. It seems like GEEK FAM hasn't really found their jam here for the draft pick, whereas ONIC Esports, they are 100% sure, right? With 3 picks that want to dive to the back line, I think the other 2 here will synergize and complement those 3 heroes, and I think it might be the Selena pick, something that we haven't seen in MPL Season 8, and maybe
Chang'e, perhaps.
Maybe a Chang'e or a Selena if they want extra pick. Again, Drian, very well known for his Selena, was a top global back then in Season 6. But Nathan will go for the jungle position, and ONIC Esports for the last pick will Kufra and
Whoa.
Okay, so ONIC, they've been starting like since
going crazy here.
Yeah, they've been going crazy ever since the EVOS Legends game. You know, they picked Barretts as a mid laner in the game against EVOS Legends, and this time around he's gonna bring Grok into the mid lane, dealing maybe damage here, building damage for the mid. It's very, very interesting here. Or wait, what's going on? Is the Nathan gonna go mid and the Grok gonna go side? I'm still not entirely sure here, Arashi.
Yeah, we have to see what actually gets switched out, because there's plenty of potential here. With the heroes like this, they all have wave clears. We've seen crazy picks coming out in this meta as well, like the Esmeralda. We've seen Esmeralda go mid as well, so there's plenty of options here. But GEEK FAM select the Beatrix for their last pick, getting that. I guess it's not from Frieza, so it's a flex, and it does give them that late game security. Also some follow-up, some burst for that mid-game engagement. I think it'll be cool to see what they plan to do, especially as we mentioned the Akai. Maybe the plan is to break up the side of ONIC and get, you know, people separated from each other, and then getting those 2 assassins to do the majority of the damage in the team fight. But we'll have to see. From the both compositions right now, I kind of think that ONIC has a bit of an advantage just because they have assassins on the enemy team. GEEK FAM has 2 assassins, and they have 3 like tanky frontline people. So I think they have quite the advantage from that aspect alone, Mirko.
Absolutely right here. So from both of these drafts, what do you guys choose? Because right now, we are going to get straight into the game. First match of the day and the first game of the day. Are you guys ready? Right here and right now, it is going to be ONIC Esports taking on GEEK FAM with 2 crazy drafts. ONIC with a double tank composition here. Very weird. Maybe they're trying to craft a new meta here in MPL Season 8, Gani. But I do want to ask both of your opinions. Let's start with you first, Gani. From the draft, who do you think takes it?
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I don't like that last pick from the side of GEEK FAM. That Beatrix could be just punished and bullied from the composition of ONIC, so I gotta choose ONIC's side here, Miracle. But I want to hear your thoughts, Arashi. I think Arashi has already given his thoughts there, Miracle. I think Arashi
Yeah.
likes ONIC's composition as well. So Mirko, let me hear your thoughts. Which composition do you like best?
Yeah, for me, I personally prefer ONIC Esports' draft right here. It seems like they know much more. They know what they want to do, right? Whereas Geek Fam, they're kind of confused here. They want to go in, they want to kite back. I don't know what they want entirely here, right? Because if they do either thing, if they want to kite back, it's definitely going to be good. But if they want to go in, this Beatrix does not have the synergy to go in with the other members here, whereas CW with this Nathan, very, very mobile, unlike the Beatrix. But now look at that, Tarnish Revenge has been used onto Salman, caught in a bad situation as Drian follows it up. It will be Salman getting away, very, very low HP though. Geek Fam still has the current lead here, but oh my god, in the top side, Thamus almost gets a solo kill here onto Boots. So both teams just playing the early game very, very well, pressuring each other, and it will be Geek getting the slight advantage in the first minute here, Gani.
Yes, indeed. Deadly Magic has been popped towards Keyboy, but I think Hans was just there just to give a poke damage. Nothing committed just yet here from both teams here, Mirko. As we can see here, Turtle will spawn in less than 5 seconds, but a pause has been occurred from the side of Geek Fam. A technical pause, so I think we can talk about the compositions more here. Arashi, tell me.
Exactly. We talk about how Geek Fam seems to want to play for the early game, but they pick a tank that is not well known for having a great engage. The big amount of crowd control Akai provides is only available after level 5 with that ultimate. So it's not a really ideal tank to have as an early game enabler. And they have 2 assassins that want to try and get these plays going on in the early game. So that is a bit weird. And as you mentioned, the Beatrix that doesn't really synergize well with the rest. Again, we've seen sometimes they go and dive in with the team, push out the ultimate, and then just fall back. And if they get taken out, it's fine because the team will then clean up with the damage provided. But I'm not sure with this particular team composition if that's even an option, because they have no way of actually securing a proper team fight with maybe getting a crowd control onto 3 people and then coming with the ultimate. It doesn't seem like that is an option for them. Here now have a snack video head-to-head for the mid lane between Drian and Frieza. We've seen Drian pull off some crazy plays, solo kills as well. We've seen him with a very wide variety of picks actually these days, and which is also a concern. But Frieza is still a very competent wind laner, and he's well known for having burst potential in that mid game. But we'll have to see if that even happens in this current game, Mirko.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed, as Geek Fam, with that early game lead, they will start up this first turtle. ONIC Esports doesn't seem like they have the position or the pressure in the top side to try to contest here. And Geek Fam will most likely just get this, but Drian already trying to open up the map for his team using the anti-CC. Sounds pops in the quad shadow, but unfortunately Turtle will be slain and taken away by Geek Fam. As now the triple C comes in, there's going to be a lot of damage put down, and a combo coming in with the falling star moon comboing right there. Sans jumps in with the quad shadow, is able to get 2 kills on the board with the shadow kill. No, not with the shadow kill, with the shuriken, as Ren B has rotated from the bottom side trying to deal damage, but in the end it will be a 2-for-2 trade in favor of Geek Fam because they managed to keep their jungler alive with that turtle buff. But as you can see, CW, who stayed in the bottom side, will be able to pick himself up, to pick some turret gold here for himself in the bottom side, Agani.
As we take a look at the snack video, vote your favorite moments and just download snack video. But I guess Ren V with that Beatrix is just too huge, and Nathan will fall down bot side of Mirko.
Yeah, very, very questionable movements there from CW. Not something we usually see from him. He's usually very sharp, very fast-paced. But look at this Salman going in with the Hurricane Dance, and instantly comboed. But look at that, the Shadow Kill, and the Turtle Revenge comes out. Geek Fam will get turned on, and what looked like a good play from Geek Fam was instantly turned around. ONIC gets the lead here in terms of kills, as Adam trying to take something back from ONIC's jungle here in the top side. My goodness. What a play from Keyboy, saving his jungler in a clutch moment there, Rashi.
Yeah, perhaps there's lack of damage coming from Geek Fam because, again, it was an Akai and the crowd control was there, but they failed to secure the kill, and knowing it's Hayabusa, the Shadow Kill just comes in and essentially saves Sans and allows him for the outplay in that situation. So a bit unfortunate for the side of Geek. It's a play with a lot of potential, and if they got the pick off on Suns, it'll be huge for them to slow down, as we mentioned, the farming speed of Suns, which is infamous at this point, Goni.
Infamous indeed, yes, but yes, Keyboy with that play, with that backup, just turn that situation around. As we can see here, Adam already pressuring the top side as Geek Hands already giving pressure again towards his turtle here, Mirko. Again, the second turtle has been claimed from the side of Geek Fam, but bot side here, Shadow Kill has been popped. NB will become the juicy target here. I think ONIC will take that kill, and there you go. But look at this, Geek Fam trying to mirror movements and trying to take top turret here, Mirko.
Yeah, again, I was about to say that ONIC will have a very hard time looking for trades because, wait a minute, triple sweep onto Drian. Drian will use his ultimate there, but Frieza just way too slick with it, able to run away now. ONIC Esports on the second tier turret. Geek Fam looks to have you know, what is this? Hesitation, it seems, from them to rotate to the bottom side as they're going to be picked off, and the tier 2 will fall down. ONIC Esports actually gets the favorable trade there, trading one tier 1 turret in the top side for a tier 2 in the bottom. That is weird for Geek Fam right there. I don't know what it was, but it felt like they were hesitating to rotate to that bottom side, Arashi.
Perhaps they were concerned about ONIC mounting, maybe preparing a trap for them in the jungle to cut them off during rotations. But overthinking that and having hesitation clearly is not the way in such a high-stakes game.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
okay, what was that? Frieza! Frieza got baited right there. Sans goes in with the quad shadow, instantly goes back, and he baits the triple sweep. Oh my god, that is definitely something that you don't want to see if you're from the side of Geek Fam, if you're a fan of Geek Fam. My goodness, as Adam will be able to trade something back at the bottom side if ONIC Starmon will connect as Adam just way too tanky and way too sustainable though. Drian is looking for a gank, but again, the hesitations here coming in from the side of ONIC Esports as there is a fight at the bottom, in the top side as well. A killing spree being picked up, and keep on trying to look for a return kill onto Hans. A lot of damage has been put. CW focusing on Hans right now as a shutdown will come through, but Frieza goes for the wrong target. That is the tank. What is that? And CW will flicker in to finish up Frieza right there. A double kill picked up for CW in the top side, and I don't think that this is the right move from the side of Geek Fam. What was Frieza doing? 2 misplays in a row, going in, getting baited, and then the second time around in the top side, he went for Keyboy with the triple sweep here, God.
Yeah, so unfortunate, but right now, look at ONIC. They are building their momentum and as well as rhythm as they look to claim their first turtle in the game. Third turtle, but Rashi here, downtime a little. I want to hear a situation. Who has the better situation here, Arashi?
But here's the replay from that earlier play. The triple sweep just gets baited and he gets pulled all the way between this first and second tier turret. Just an absolute disaster for the side of Geek Fam here. But as you mentioned, the situation looks kind of dire because, as you mentioned, Geek Fam has a lot of priority in that early game and they did get the first 2 turtles, but now the game seems to be going south for them as they try and get more picks. But as you mentioned, 2 tanks from the side of ONIC can just walk with impunity from the side of ONIC without any care for the burst potential from these assassins because they are tanks, Mirko.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I said back in the draft. Because Geek Fam showed their cards way too early with the Saber pick coming through, I called it. ONIC Esports will go for something tanky, and they went for a 2 tank setup here. Look at this already, Keyboy just pressuring, and there's nothing they can. You can't even punish that, right? If you go for him, he's only a tank. Now let's take a look at the items before there are any fights on the map here. But wait a minute, they're gonna go for a triple sweep combo onto Keyboy as the Hurricane Dance comes in. No, okay, you're a tank, but we're gonna take you down anyways. You're Drian. Looks for a re-engage onto Salman right here as CW has rotated. Look at that. Geek Fam coming in with a deadly magic. CW will be taken down. It's going to be a shutdown picked up by Hans. And 2 on the board for Geek Fam, looking to come back in this game, not losing more here. But in terms of objectives, they aren't able to get anything again because ONIC Esports, with just sublime wave management, is able to deny all of that. Sans goes in with the Shuriken. Whoa, he just shadow kills the wave here. Clears the wave so that Geek Fam will not be able to get anything in return of those 2 kills here, Rashid. Now, let's take a look at the items.
I also want to mention that Hans actually has a Calamity Reaver, so you can tell he's not intending to go and try and burst out these tanks. He wants to go for those priority targets, especially since there is a Nathan on the side of ONIC Esports. It is a good call. On the other hand, Salman has a cursed helmet for a bit of extra damage, but we have to see if that actually bites them in the back, that, you know, having less tankiness in that sense, whether that'll be an issue later on. Adam right now is doing pretty well, but Boots is the better late game in a sense, and he is scaling up already with the dominance ice to deny the regen from Adam as well. And of course, Suns and CW scaling very well at the moment. They do get picked off twice each, but they have basically their core builds, the first 3 items. But Nathan, you can see, is building a bit more defensively, knowing that there's a threat that Frieza and Hans are going to jump at him. But he has armor, so... Wait, the play is coming on here, Mirko.
Yeah, almost there. Salman goes in for the Hurricane Dance, but instantly cancelled right there by ONIC Esports as Adam has rotated from the bottom side. It is going to be 5-man here as they're looking for the Lord, but unfortunately for them, again, just insane wave management here for the side of ONIC Esports, getting the pressure in the top side, baiting 2 members to go top as ONIC Esports try to open up the map in this Lord side, but GEEK FAM will return shortly after clearing that wave. It is going to be a question here. Will ONIC be able to steal this away? Ooh. Look at the damage coming in from Hans, from Drian, I mean, to Hans, as Hans gets taken very low. Is going to be able to run away now. Sans chases him down. Using the shadow kill, is gonna get a solo kill onto Hans right now as the falling star connects onto Frieza. Not gonna be able to run anywhere, and that's gonna be a double kill picked up by Sans. But look at the damage coming back from Ren V. The snipe will take him down as Ren V is trying to do everything for his team. Kibo is gonna be the next target. Will be able to flicker away from that as that's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade at this point. GEEK FAM will be able to secure a favorable trade in their name here. Is wait a minute, oh my god, CW almost goes for the play here. Adam acts as a front line as he dodges away to T-Boy Tyrant Revenge and is able to outplay that with the help of Ren V now in a pretty bad situation. Has to use the snipe properly there, because if not, if he gets too close, he's just gonna get bursted down. This is Nathan in the 10th minute, already has some of his core items, Gonny.
Yes, indeed, as Keyboy already secures dominance as well, but we can see here ONIC still wanting more. Salman will become the sandbag for now, but I think ONIC Esports, they're quite happy. Look at that bot side. Nathan, CW will get bursted down by 2 members, and of course, he will go down, and ONIC could not find compensation here, Miracle. Wow.
Yeah, GEEK FAM playing actually very, very well here, playing the pick game very well with their composition here, and, my bad. This Akai has been so good in this game, using the Hurricane Dances for the pick-off potential instead of the disengage that he has here, and they've been able to get most of the early objectives right now. Most of the early neutral objectives, I should say. But right now, Kibo is going to be target. Deadly Magic comes in, but it will just be the turret falling down, and just with that turret, I think GEEK FAM will manage to get this this Lord pushed up here. It's going to be a question whether ONIC Esports will be able to counter here, because the top side has been pushed. GEEK FAM will just commit onto this Lord, and let's see Sans looking for a steal. Will be slain by the side of GEEK FAM. Right now, Keyboy caught in the midst of everything, going to be killed, and that's going to be a killing spree picked up as the Lord has also fallen. This is where GEEK FAM finds their strength. They go in for the macro plays, and now they're finally looking for a team fight without the help of the Harley. The Vengeance has been popped. This Boost looking for a re-engage, does not commit into that, and will just choose to fall behind as the Lord will spawn shortly in the next wave here, Arashi.
Yeah, in that fight, Keyboy seems to have trying to make a play and engage towards the majority of the side of GEEK FAM, but Salman just activates the Hurricane Dance and denies the engage completely. So as we mentioned, we thought this pick was going to be questionable, but it has been paying off quite a bit for the side of GEEK FAM. Obviously, he already has the Immortal as well, so being a bit more aggressive, knowing that he can come back and his team can back him up, but obviously he has to make sure he doesn't go a bit too aggressive. And on the other side, we see the Grok building up more tankiness, but then the question becomes, does ONIC lack damage to try and deal with the aggression from GEEK FAM right now, because they're losing objectives left and right, and now the play is in the top side, Mirko.
Yeah, almost getting that snipe. Oof, that was so close as ONIC will be forced to move back. Once again, Keyboy isn't able to make a lot of plays here on the map with his engage, actually getting denied so many times like Arashi mentioned earlier. And this is going to be very fatal for them, because with this 2-tank setup, what they want to do is go in. And with the disengage that Akai provides for his team, it is so hard for them to dive in. Now with the real-time win probability favoring GEEK FAM heavily right here, it is going to be a question whether or not ONIC Esports can come back from this 3,000 gold deficit. And they were able to defend the Lord, but it was at the cost of 2 turrets falling down right here. GEEK FAM getting the 2-turret lead over ONIC Esports, waiting for the next objective to spawn, as Adam is waiting in the bush very quietly right there. Spots Drian off guard here, gonna go in. Salman with a 3-man stun from the Hurricane. That's gonna be Keyboy being the target. Who has came on. Look at the damage output coming from Ren V right there with a snipe connecting to Sans. He will be forced back, and that is another 1-for-0 trade for the side of GEEK FAM, Ghani.
Wow, I gotta be surprised here, Miracle. I gotta be honest with you. Geek Fam showing that they could execute their winning conditions properly. And of course, with their compositions, they are not afraid for a fight. They are not afraid to kite and of course re-engage from a fight. And that is what they have been doing right now. And ONIC Esports, they are struggling to find an answer here, especially in the next minute or so. Well, as Geek Fam, they are already invading the jungles of ONIC Esports. Well, Arashi, predictions, any prediction? What could ONIC Esports do to turn this game around for their favor, to their favor?
Well, first of all, Keyboy and Salmon is in a weird spot because they can deny each other's engage technically. So I think the guy who actually engages first kind of loses. So ONIC Esports has the advantage of having 2 tanks and 2 engages, and 3 if you include boots on the Esmeralda as well. So maybe they have to try and engage with something else aside from Keyboy, because if Salmon denies Keyboy, they don't have much more to use. But if they try and deny Drian on that Grok, it might be a bit harder. Not to mention, if then the assassins go in afterwards, after Drian goes in to try and counter the aggression with the counter engage, Keyboy can use a lot of his kit to try and knock up and stun all these party members. But here's another big miracle.
Yeah, instantly just Keyboy deleted there. I mentioned earlier that's going to be fatal for the side of Geek Fam. They do commit to these tanks, but technically no. Keyboy has died 6 times here in this game, and Boots now looking for something as the snipe does not connect right there. Renvi is still able to get away as Boots is in the midst of everything here in the 1v4 situation. Drian will back him up as he comes through, but it's going to be very, very tough for him as Geek Fam has rotated here. The wall will isolate Adam, but he will be able to jump over right there, Gani.
He will be able to jump there again. Of course, Geek Fam still controlling the game. That pick off towards Keyboy is amazing. I think that triple sweep is annoying even towards minute number 15 here as the Lord presented to you by Livin Mandari has spawned, and I think ONIC, they need to be careful here, Miracle.
They have to be very careful because this is the enhanced Lord, not the normal Lord anymore. Drian trying to open up the map, but Renvi doing a lot right here as Boots goes in, trying to open up the map once again. They're just trying to stop it, and Lord will just be slain by Geek Fam as the Hurricane Dance comes in. Keyboy will not be able to do anything right there. He's going to re-engage, going in on the stance. A lot of snipe damage has been put, but it's going to be actually ONIC Esports going with the shadow kill onto the backside. Renvi's going to retarget. He has to kite away as Sans will not be able to get the final blow onto Renvi. Still able to kite away, and that's going to be a 1-for-0 trade for the side of ONIC Esports. With the enhanced Lord coming in the bottom side, it will still be a favorable trade for the side of Geek Fam. 5,000 gold lead, and they will have to try to stop this Lord from going into that inhibitor. I think they will succeed here though, Rashi.
Yeah, it's weird that they actually took that fight. I know ONIC was trying to make that fight happen, but I'm surprised that Geek responded aggressively because they have the enhanced Lord. They had all the tempo and playmaking in their hands, so they really didn't have to do anything there. But I guess they felt they had advantage and they went for it. But here is another pick, Mirko.
Yeah, Immortality has been popped right here, but look at that, Sans Immortality was popped as well. It's gonna be him taken down. Sublime, what the heck? Did you see that timing from Renvi? Able to time the Immortality perfectly, and the ultimate comes in. Drian will...
Wow, look at this. Renvi, or maybe Hans could escape that fight right now. Renvi gets falling Star Moon right now as Boots trying to secure a kill, but look at ONIC Esports. They're struggling. Purify has been popped, and there you go. The shutdown towards Renvi. 2-for-1 still in favor of towards Geek Fam right now, but ONIC still managing to defend this base here, Arashi. And we can see here the movements from Geek Fam, still wanting more, still wanting to become still trying to have some ideas here, Arashi, but what do they need to do to give more pressure?
I think if Geek wants to make more pressure, they need to, I guess, still play for the objectives, because the issue with having assassins and no marksman is you don't have a lot of siege potential. They have no long range. They have the Batrix, but he doesn't match up against the Nathan from the side of ONIC Esports. So if they play for the objectives, as they've always been, and they still have the control over the map, so they can do that no problem, then they can use that as a tool almost to try and break open the base of ONIC Esports. Because if they just try and risk the fight, 5v5, there is a chance that things won't play out as they intended, and that is the more secure play. But Geek Fam is known for being aggressive, as we mentioned, so they might try and go for something a bit more risky for our tastes here, Mirko.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Geek Fam going in for the fight. I thought with Adam down, they won't have enough frontline to deal with that, but Renvi was able to actually just counter that. As now let's take a look at the items here, Rashi.
Yeah, we're approaching the late game here, and most of the heroes right now have full builds already. And what's important to note is that the Nathan and the Beatrix from both sides are close. I think they are full build right now if you discount the shoes. So they have an insane amount of damage. So whoever doesn't get picked off and is able to like output that damage towards the enemy team will actually have a huge impact and a huge advantage in deciding the next team fight. So from the side of GEEK FAM, they need to make sure that the Nathan gets taken out. And from the side of ONIC Esports, they don't necessarily have to make sure the Beatrix gets taken out, but they need to make sure they don't clump up for that Beatrix damage. And they need to I think they have to focus on protecting the CW on that Nathan because he is, being targeted by 2 assassins. So if they can do that, I think they have a real chance of coming back because Nathan's late game is quite insane, Goni.
Quite insane indeed, as right now though ONIC still surviving this game here. Mirko, so I want to know what ONIC needs to do, but I think Keyboy needs to be careful because he has already get picked off 6 times in this game, and I'm quite surprised by the positioning of Renby here. The Beatrix has given so much impact towards his team, right? But right now I think Sans needs to be careful as Salman is there right now with Immortal though, but I think he wants to engage, wants to fight here, Mirko.
Yeah, Hurricane Dance has been popping. The Tyrant's Rage will connect onto 1 member right there. It's going to be a turnaround as the Vengeance has been popping the front side. Adam taking all the damage in the world with CW now. Free to hit everyone on the map. He will go ahead and do that so, but look at Frieza going for the triple sweep combo. Immortality will be popped though as he will be taken very low. Taken down by the Falling Silent right there. A killing spree picked up by ONIC Esports and a 1-for-1 as of this moment. GEEK FAM still holding the 3,000 gold lead, but all of their members need to back away. Renvi is the only one here who can try to contest, and ONIC might just go for this Lord, Goni.
If they, I don't know, could they go for the Lord here, Arashi? But I think from the real-time win probability, it is still favoring GEEK FAM. 70% now. Huge gap. As of course, ONIC, they already filled the Lord area right now. I think they would like to commit here, Mirko.
Yeah, they want to commit right here, and Salman trying to open up for the map for his team. Only 3 members there, and now Renvi finally joins back in. Keyboy channeling in that bush, going in onto Adam. He still has the immortality, so if they use all of the resources to Adam, this is not going to be good for ONIC, but they will just wait it out. They will go and poke them down, and now they're going to start it once again as Hans uses deadly magic, baited away. He jumps in with a poker trick, but that is the power of the front line from ONIC. They're going to go in with the help of Salman, though. Will be able to disengage, and that is a lot of damage. Put Renvi trying to do a lot for his team right now. Going for the steal with the snipe, will not be able to get there. The combo coming in from Keyboy to finish up the team fight. ONIC now with 2 picks on the board. They will look for more. The Vengeance in the front. Adam in a 1v3 situation. His immortality will be popped as Frieza will not be able to do anything. Actually gets a pick off once again, but in the end, it is not for anything as ONIC Esports will pick up a 4-for-1 trade here in the 21st minute. Goni.
Hans being the last man standing for his team. Will he defend this one as ONIC? They want to do this one straight push for members. Will it be just too much here, Mirko, is the question here. Keyboard charging, trying to pick off Hans. Hans still trying to defend with his dear life here, Mirko.
Ooh. Yeah, Hans with a slick dodges right there. Answers back with the flicker. Oh my god. You are not going to be able to juke ONIC Esports. That is what he says. And that is game number 1 taken away by ONIC right here. What a display of patience, I should say, right? They were losing in the mid game. They played it so patiently, started manipulating the waves into their favor, and in the end, with that, we're able to get a few pickoffs on the board and come back from a 5,000 gold deficit right there, God.
And indeed, they are more composed, they are more calm, even though they are on the back foot. But Arashi, I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear inputs for game number 1. Take it away, my brother.
So initially, as we mentioned, GEEK has a lot of pressure because of the assassin advantage, and they tried their best to actually try and get those pickoffs. As we mentioned, maybe Akai in the early game lacks a bit of damage in his kit compared to the other engaged tanks, so they were actually outplayed several times. But after that, they go for the trade, and again, ONIC manages to trade a first turret for 2 turrets actually, because of the hesitation that Mirko was mentioning about. So clearly, GEEK showing respect, as we mentioned, in trying to reduce the amount of mistakes that they make in the game, but as a result, they even lose a turret for it. So one has to question if that's what they need to be doing, or maybe they should lean more into their aggressive side and go ham in that situation. But Frieza, as we saw earlier, does get baited, going all the way with the triple sweep into the tier 2 mid turret. That is obviously a lose in tempo, a lose in pressure. A man, one of the core members from the side of GEEK FAM just taken out of the game. And so ONIC using that moment, they tried to go for a fight, but in that fight, they did pretty well because even though Suns gets picked off with the Hurricane Dance, as we mentioned again and again, Salman with the Hurricane Dance has been having a huge impact in these fights. But CW on that Nathan has been relatively untouched in that initial fight in the early to mid game, and he does clean up in a sense, and they get an extra turret after that. So at this point, ONIC still has the momentum, but at one point the GEEK FAM picks off Keyboy on the Kufra, and I guess ONIC feels that that's unacceptable. They overcommit to try and avenge him, and then that gets CW picked off. And from there's a huge, I guess, sense of, it seems like ONIC was just trying to make things happen a bit too much with less setup than usual, and we saw that, you know, ending up with that dive in the mid lane where there's some miscommunication, I feel, between the members of ONIC, because Keyboy actually goes in to try and do a bit more damage, and he gets blocked off from the retreat path by the wall of Grok. So that was a tough situation. And then afterwards, CW, we see him split push in the bottom side alone against a composition with 2 assassins, and he gets picked off for his troubles. And that is where ONIC starts losing the momentum, and GEEK FAM just has the chance to just, you know, dictate the tempo. So that is a big problem in that situation. And then towards the rest of the skirmishes, as I mentioned earlier, there seems to be a sense of Salman just waiting for Keyboy for the engage, because ONIC is well known for using a Keyboy as their main engage tool, and I guess Salman knows this, and he just waits for the right time and always denies the engage coming in from Keyboy, which makes it tough for the side of ONIC to try and make anything happen, because again, we talk about starting the fights. But so earlier, as with itemization, Drian immediately rushing the rapid boots in the early game to try and get as much early game pressure as possible, trying his best to try and deny the assassins their farm, trying to get pressure as well in multiple areas of the map, trying to open vision, because again, the threat of invades and dives from the side of GEEK FAM is very serious. Then towards the mid game, what's notable was that CW actually built a bit of armor, as we saw, as his third item, and that slowed down his damage potential quite a bit, but it only makes him a bit more sustainable against Frieza. And in those fights, I guess GEEK FAM understands that, and so they send Frieza for other members. In fact, they use Frieza actually to go engage on most of the tanks even, and I guess that damage reduction that got changed in this current patch came out quite valuable because the game dragged on quite a bit here. But they sent Hans with that. You see the items, the Calamity Reaver, the Genius one, the Holy Crystal as well, and both feathers. It just gives him a huge amount of damage. In that early game, he had like 3 items, I guess, but that was way more than enough to actually one-shot CW on the Nathan. So that armor itemization was a good try, but even here towards the late game, he actually sells it in to opt for more damage, because in that late game, his damage output would be a critical issue for the game. And obviously, Keyboy, we see he has the Sky Guardian's helmet as well. I find that slightly questionable, just because he is always in the front. He does want to be that main engage tool, as always. So it stands to question if he can actually go in and survive, because we mentioned how GEEK FAM has a lot of burst potential. And most of these fights, at least in the mid-game skirmishes, Keyboy doesn't really get to go in and get out. But in that late game, obviously, being able to survive with 1 HP and regenerating everything back up will be a critical moment in the situation. Sans as well, knowing that he is getting bursted down by a majority, like a plethora of just different skills coming from the side of GEEK FAM, itemizes a bit more defensively, and in the end, even though he does lack a bit of damage output against members like the Beatrix, like the Harley, he still does more than enough to actually have an impact, because in the end, the main damage dealer is the Nathan, if we try and look here after at the post-game status. And obviously, Boots with the Brute Force Breastplate, the Radiant Armor, the Oracle, and the Dominance Ice, very tanky build coming in from Boots, and that paid off in that final fight. Maybe we'll see it in the replay later on, but he just mans up against 3 or 4 people, and he was just able to stay in the front and survive. Didn't get taken down even below half HP. So that is a great itemization choice coming in from Boots, as we've come to expect from the man himself. Here is the post game, and as you can see, CW on that Nathan is the guy with the most damage done. He does have the rich guy as well, because he has been focusing on farming, even going as far as to split push quite a bit. And I think it's a bit of a mistake for him to actually go solo as a Nathan, but maybe that's their plan, valuing the gold that he can get, split pushing these lanes over the security from not getting picked off. But he did have a lot of emphasis on farming. Even in the earlier fights of this game, we saw Renvi, his lane opponent, actually rotate to the fight on top, where they traded 3-4-3, but CW stayed below, and so he was able to farm up and actually get more turret gold as well. So that is huge. The carry, however, is Renvi. As we mentioned, that's a lot of damage coming from Beatrix, and when the opponents are just all these beefy characters, they don't really mind getting bursted down with the ultimate of Beatrix, so they were just completely content to just stand in front of that ulti as long as it doesn't hit CW or Sans. So he can get a lot of damage dealt in that situation. But Keyboy, the sandbag, we saw multiple times, having 2 tanks doesn't mean they can't get picked off. GEEK FAM did a great job picking off these tanky members and getting them bursted down before their team can arrive to back them up. So Keyboy, again, even though getting picked off, and 187,000 damage taken from the side of GEEK FAM. He is the sandbag and he is the forgotten one, for the most part still being the main engage tool for his team. So credit to Keyboy, despite the game looking quite sketchy for him in that situation. But as we mentioned, towards that mid game, ONIC did get a bit more momentum going on, and GEEK did get that enhanced lord, but then they get baited into that fight, as we mentioned, which is quite weird because we thought there's no reason, logically speaking, for GEEK to actually go for that fight after securing the Lord already. So they get picked off, and then the game kind of stalls back because no one has any clear momentum. But then I guess ONIC realizes that CW needs to survive if they want to win, so they have to protect him as much as possible. And in those later fights, he was protected a bit more, I would say, and there was a bit of a trouble for GEEK FAM to try and pick him off. But this is the MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is Boots on the Esmeralda in that EXP lane. We mentioned how he's underrated. We mentioned how his item build is very smart, very well thought out against 2 assassins. Not much DPS. 705 gold per minute, 58% kill participation, 3-0-8. Not a single death despite being aggressive, being the aggressor, and knowing his limits, and knowing when he's able to just dive into the whole team of GEEK FAM, and sustaining through the majority of their damage, as well as doing a very decent amount of damage himself, and obviously taking away the pressure from the more core members like Sans, like CW, so that they can have the window of opportunity to try and get free hits from the back and also dive towards the back line, towards the Beatrix on the side of GEEK FAM. As Mirko mentioned, that came out critical because CW managed to survive a lot more in the late game fights. I guess ONIC tries to adjust their situation, knowing that there's more emphasis to try and pick off CW. So they keep him alive, he free hits. Nathan has insane damage per second. They did nerf his penetration a bit in the last patch, but that's way more than enough damage to just melt through the Akai from the side of GEEK FAM. And once that happens, they just run through, and without a proper front line, they get pushed all the way back because none of the heroes, none of the assassins can substitute for that frontline role. So they get run down like that. ONIC then gets some momentum. They pressure for the Lord with a man advantage, right? They pick off one of the members from GEEK FAM. They force that fight 5v4. They kite back and forth, making sure they keep their distance, and knowing once they have the advantage, knowing that they have sufficiently whittled down the defense from the side of GEEK FAM, they just go for the fight, gets the Lord, and with that advantage, the Harley from GEEK FAM tries his best to try and clear, but ONIC, knowing that if they get that pick off, the game is over, they just go ham. Keyboy makes the play, outplays the outplay initially from the Harley, and ONIC takes the first game, guys. Insane. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
The battle between Hans and Sans in this game right here. Sans comes out victorious. Gonnie's happy, as you can see from his smile right there.
I'm relieved.
That smirk. Yeah, how you doing, Gonnie? What do you think about that game?
Yeah, I think ONIC is just the more patient team per se here. And of course, Boots, man, this guy did not die once from that game, even though they were behind on objective and as well as gold most of the time. But of course, their coordination was still on point, and just one team fight changed the game. And of course, GEEK FAM, so unfortunate for them, they had the control. They lost their rhythm from just one team fight. I think that's just unfortunate, Mirko.
Yeah, that was extremely unfortunate. Again, with their 5,000 gold lead, with their lead on the objectives as well. This is what GEEK FAM likes to do in the early game, right? They get the lead, but they just go and overcommit too much in the team fights. That's exactly, again, what happened today here. That's what I mentioned earlier on, right? How did they lose to RRQ? Same thing. They lost in team fights. They won in the macro game. They underestimated their opponents after getting the lead, and that's exactly what happened. Same thing goes for here. They got the Lord, and instead of going with the Lord, instead of just recalling and waiting for the Lord to spawn, they went for a team fight, and that was the beginning of the end for the side of GEEK FAM right there. And exactly what Arashi and Gani said, right? They said that the Nathan will come out strong in the late game if they do push it there. And just like we said, CW on that Nathan did so much damage, as well as the Esmeralda from Boots, who got the MVP. So well played to ONIC Esports with a game taken in their hands. Will they be able to push this, get the momentum, and turn it into 2-0 against GEEK FAM? Again, GEEK FAM not in a good position right now. So if ONIC decides to go for a 2-0, I don't know about the playoff chances going into the third week. Next week is the final week of the first phase of MPL Season 8, so not a good standing here if they're still unable to get a dub, another dub, I should say, in the third week here, Gani.
And indeed, I think GEEK FAM really needs to find their synergy, perhaps their decision-making in game, especially because their drafts are excellent. I think they're comfortable with their heroes, but I think it is that the decision-making thing, and of course their execution, Miracle. But let's jump into the game house for game number 2, shall we?
Yeah, let's get straight into it. It looks like completely different right there. We saw a lot of smiles from GEEK FAM in the first game. Right now, all the smiles just gone instantly. All right, it looks like it doesn't look good for them. They look like they are frustrated. All right, that's definitely not something you want to see from the pro players here. We'll see how they draft in the second game here. It seems like all of them aren't smiling anymore. So one huge thing about getting the first game. One huge advantage you get from winning the first game is the mental boost, right? For ONIC Esports, they will be smiling all across the board. They will be happy that they got that game. But for GEEK FAM right here, they didn't just lose. They got, it's a comeback win, all right? It hurts even more, guys. Yeah, Gani.
Your team is banning.
But yes, let's jump into the draft phase for the second game here. Arashi as GEEK FAM banning out that Ling immediately, and of course Popol and Koopa. Meanwhile, ONIC Esports still with a ban towards that tier S hero in Matilda.
Yep,
absolutely.
For sure. From what we've seen so far, GEEK FAM plays aggressively, so Matilda is definitely not something that ONIC wants to let go for the side of GEEK FAM. But the question is if they're gonna go with the same situation, because we've said this multiple times, but GEEK FAM has a lot of potential opportunities to make weird drafts, and they've shown us one. Will they show us another? Since they're in the top spot right now, any card that they have needs to be played at this moment. Here, there's a head-to-head between Salman and Keyboy. To mention the higher kill participation from Keyboy, because he is usually the main, engage tool, and with playing in the early game, usually you get a couple of kills perhaps, and you get some GPM from the assist. But as we can see, even though the stats don't favor him, Salman has been performing really well and actually being hugely impactful in at least that previous game. We'll see if he can continue that success to this second game right now. But the ban for Paquito comes in from ONIC, and it is the Hayabusa ban from GEEK FAM. It was an issue in the previous game. The invulnerability coming in when he goes for the shadow kill was a big factor in them not being able to snowball as hard as they wanted to. So taking that away from them right now, Mirko.
Yeah, taking it away instantly right here. The Hayabusa and the Ling, 2 bans towards Sans right here, alright? That, definitely not good right here, right? They are respecting, and again, it is going to be the Harley ban for Hans right here. So, GEEK FAM with the first pick, what are they going to choose? I think it is a no-brainer. I think they're just going to take Export here. They can flex it all across the board, and I just really like it. Or they could go for Jawhead. Again, Salman likes these flashy heroes, something like an Akai, something that can go in, engage, and obviously the Jawhead is still open, and it will be picked up right there, Arashi, and also Gani. But what do you think right now, Gani?
I think if they want to deny the export pick, I think ONIC could pick up that export here, knowing that of course Hans It's Hans's power pick. There you go, Xborg, and perhaps Esmeralda again if they want to deny a Phobia's pick here, Miracle.
Absolutely, right there. It is just going to be the Xborg pick coming in from ONIC Esports. Something that, this is gonna be spicy, guys. All right, taking a hero away from GEEK FAM. One of the signature heroes, I should say, from the side of GEEK FAM and ONIC with their second pick. Is it going to be the Lancelot? I want to see Sans play that Lancelot. All right, I miss it. And is it gonna? No, it's the Kagura. All right, we're gonna pick up something for Drian or CW first again. We'll have to see who actually gets this pick, who it's gonna be flexed to, either Drian or CW, but both of these players really good on that Kagura, so a solid pick right there. Now for GEEK FAM, usually when we see a Kagura, what we see come to go against it, I think the Farsa would be amazing here with the additional mobility. He'll be able to run away from the last Insanity, is able to run away with from the Yin Yang Overturn, and with the range, they're going to be able to zone a lot of the damage here coming in from ONIC, because again, they have very short range so far here, Arashi.
Right, long range, as we can mention, if put to good use, can be a deciding factor in these games. But the question is, will GEEK FAM opt for something like that? So they opt for the Lunox and the Nathan, denying the Nathan from the set of ONIC in a sense, but also getting that Lunox. I thought actually that it might be a possibility. I wasn't very convinced about it, but it does allow her to outplay with the Brilliance of the Order to avoid the burst coming from the Xborg and the Kagura. And from the looks of it, ONIC might go for something of a dive composition. And we've mentioned multiple times how Lunox counters that in a sense. He has the AoE, the burst, a lot of damage, as well as being able to avoid that big impact of damage coming in from the opposing team. So it's a good pick in general, but ONIC picks up the Cho, and in the hands of, it might go to Keyboy, it might go to Boots, but in the hands of Keyboy, such an aggressive player, and now with a Nathan on the side of GEEK FAM, it's looking quite scary for the side of GEEK FAM to try and protect their core members from the aggression coming from ONIC right now. And after this Ruby ban to ensure that they can go in without getting interrupted, what do you think they're gonna ban next, Gonny?
Oh, that is the $1 million question here from the side of GEEK FAM, Miracle. But yes, Rashi, sorry. But yes, GEEK FAM, I think they would like to eliminate or deny more of a more frontliners here. I'm looking at perhaps, there you go, Alice as well. Insurance for the late game. Perhaps a Thamus ban could come next year, but I want to hear your thoughts, Miracle.
Yeah, for me right here, it is going to be very, very good right there to ban out the Alice. Again, we've seen CW play this Alice before. Even though he hasn't found much success here in MPL Season 8, it is still a good ban, just limiting the heroes for CW, forcing him to use that Kagura in the gold lane. And same thing goes for ONIC. They're banning out the Esmeralda and the Ruby. So limiting the heroes from the XP laner for the side of GEEK FAM as well. I really like this, very smart. We'll see who has the deeper hero pool, basically, in the second phase of the draft. Which one is it going to be for GEEK FAM? They're most likely going to ban the same thing here. Either they might just go for a jungle ban here if they think that the Xborg won't go to the jungle, or if they want to just completely deny CW, another gold lane ban can come through here. We'll just have to see what they go for. It is going to be the XP laner banned away for GEEK FAM as their final ban in the second banning phase. Now ONIC Esports with the first pick. Keyboy with the yawns right there as he picks in that Cho. Let's see who the hero, what hero will be picked here. I think a jungler will be good for them, right? I think Boots should go for the Xborg. I think ONIC will need a solid jungler, and I think going against the Nathan, you need to dive in. Lancelot. Give me the Lancelot, alright? With the Lancelot,
what if they pick Uranus? That'll be crazy.
No way. No way. It is. Okay.
Yes, Lancelot. Let's go.
There you go.
Right, Arashi.
There you go.
Tell me why. Tell me why this Lancelot is gonna be good in the hands of Sans and in the hands of ONIC Esports.
Well, it's a very relevant hero at the moment. A lot of outplay potential, a lot of things he can dodge in this particular game, and it's one of those heroes that has a lot of invulnerability. So in a composition that wants to dive in like this, especially looking for chances to try and group up the opposing heroes, maybe with the Kagura, he can get like a bunch of damage done. And not to mention with the setup right now, if Keyboy does get the Cho, he can actually set up the Lancelot for success by getting these really good pickoffs, and that can just let him snowball out of control right now. And we've seen what a strong Lancelot can do in these games, but it is the Barretts and the Benedetta picked up by GEEK FAM. Solid front laner. When you have a great backline like Nathan, you want a good front line to compensate for the amount of damage that he needs to tank up. And I'm not quite sure about the beta data, I'll be honest. But it is picked up right now, and ONIC here has a chance to, adjust their pick towards the composition of GEEK FAM, Goni.
They need to adjust because with that Barrett's pick from GEEK FAM, I think ONIC needs more damage. Of course, with Kagura and as well as Lancelot, could it be enough? But I'm sure they need some sort of a more of an insurance on the damage department here. Miracle. I'm thinking perhaps a Beatrix or Chang'e perhaps could be an answer for the side of ONIC Esports here, Miracle.
Yeah, I think Beatrix would fit very, very well.
Oh, but no.
They're going to go for the same two. All right, okay.
Wow.
I thought that Kagura would go. I thought the Kagura is gonna go to the gold lane, but in fact not. It's gonna be Keyboy actually on this Baxia and CW on the Cho. Have we ever seen CW play the Cho? I don't think so. I think this is the first time we've ever seen it, and I am stoked. All right, because we've seen what Matt can do on this Cho in Big E-tron Alpha. I want to see how CW performs on this Cho. So just because of that Cho pick, and just because of the craziness of ONIC, I will have to choose ONIC Esports in the second game. But I want to ask you, Arashi, who do you think has the better draft?
I think I would go with the draft from ONIC as well. I think it has a lot of potential, and it has a lot of options to try and, if they try and adjust, they still have room to adjust their own playstyle. They're not locked into only that backline dive. So I think they have a lot of options. I prefer their draft, Mirko.
Okay, but let's get straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let us see. Will GEEK FAM be able to force a third game here? Will they be able to fix the mistakes of the first game, or will it keep on haunting them right here as ONIC Esports with the pick-heavy draft might just snowball it from the early game? Something that we have to see from GEEK FAM, right? Usually they get the early lead and they manage to lose the game with the lead that they have. Now, with ONIC having the early lead in terms of heroes, will they just be crushed in the start here, Goni?
That is the question, but I think GEEK FAM, they need to be careful because of course Nathan needs time to build up their equipment or items. But yes, I think Sans needs to capitalize on the early game pressure, early game composition here with Lancelot, with of course Baxia, and Cho could just roam around during team fights and of course expose Nathan here in the early game, Miracle.
Absolutely. Let's see. Right here, it is going to be Keyboy rotating to the mid side. Drian goes in with the umbrella right there, but the damage comes in from Frieza. It's going to be the shield unity stunning out Frieza, and a lot of damage has been put, but the ejector comes in as well. Under the turret with CW joining in. The Jikundo comes in, but the flicker from Frieza will be forced away, and that is going to be ONIC Esports with a slight advantage here. Getting that flicker away from Frieza is going to be very, very good, especially for the turtle that is going to come up in 30 seconds here, Gani.
Yes, indeed, but we can see here the head-to-head top side. Adam taking on Boots, and actually Sans with that Phantom Execution does not connect, but of course, with that Thorn Rose, claims their first blood in Miracle.
Absolutely, look at that already. ONIC Esports getting the kills up in the top side. Sans playing for that strong side top, and it is going to be the first turtle, I think, taken from Rias. This is going to be Red V caught out in the bad situation, instantly stunned up by the Jikundo, and that is why you don't cut minion waves when you don't have a top lane, when you don't have top lane pressure, alright? GEEK FAM, Salman still trying to go in for an opening here, going for the ejector all the way to Boost. A lot of damage has been put onto him, but the last Insanity does not come up. It's going to be the Thorn Rose picked up. The Death is welcome will land, but it is onto Keyboy right now. Spat out, but Triad comes in with a lot of damage. Adam's gonna get taken down. A double kill picked up for Sans as he's looking for Salman right here. Drian does not get the dash as Hans looking for more in this team fight. Sans just keeps on going, but unfortunately for him, he will be the next target. But look at the damage, Gani.
Look at the damage indeed, but of course Lancelot or Sans is way too good on that Lancelot, even though he is low, but he could escape that situation. As for the trades, it's still favors towards ONIC Esports. They're picking off one members, which is Adam, but yes, downtime here. Arashi entering minute number 3. What are your thoughts?
I wonder how effective this Revitalize on Keyboy will actually be in this particular game. Of course, if they go for early game skirmishes, that might actually make a big difference, because obviously in the late game it becomes in a sense, less impactful. But here's a solo kill by CW, going for the dominant play onto Renvi. We talked about how we never see the Cho coming from CW, but with such an aggressive hero, his aggressive playstyle actually fits really well. And with that solo kill, and now the lane pressure, there's a lot of window, there's a lot of space for the side of ONIC to actually make plays here. But the pause does come in. We'll also have to see what is the problem. Unfortunate for the situation right now. But yes, I want to see how hard they're going to go towards the mid game, Goni. As you mentioned, they are aggressive right now, but towards the mid game where they have the advantage, where these lanes, these strong lanes like the Cho, like the Xborg, already has a bit of advantage because of their strong, their strong hero kit. I want to see how far they go and how aggressive, whether or not they pull any stops in the next couple of minutes, Mirko.
Absolutely. Very, very crazy plays here from both of the teams in the early game. But again, GEEK FAM cannot overcommit in the early game. They do not have the early game pressure, especially compared to a Kagura and a Lancelot. That trio mid is just disgusting in terms of damage output. If they're able to dodge the skill shots though, whole different story right here, alright? If they're able to bait a lot of the skill shots, a lot of the abilities, they will win overall because of that Nathan pick dealing a lot of consistent damage, a lot of continuous damage for their side. But right now, it is still ONIC Esports with the lead, getting the Turtle and also the 3 early kills, I should say, for Sans. That is going to be very, very hard for GEEK FAM to come back, especially because they're usually a team that likes to snowball with their lead here, Gani.
They are. But let's jump back into the game here. Mirko and Arashi, I want to see the execution from ONIC. Could they give the pressure early, or will GEEK FAM withstand with their composition? Like right now, Baxia is looking for targets. No clear targets just yet, but right now, as of right now, Adam is struggling here. Taking on Xborg top side, Mirko.
Absolutely, but another pause comes through right as you say that, Gani. It seems like every time you talk, the pause comes through, Gani. What's wrong?
I don't know.
What's going on?
It's a curse. It's a curse.
Pause master.
It's the Pause Master Gani. Pause Master Gani in chat, guys. But yes, now that we get some time, to talk about it. What are the winning conditions for GEEK FAM right here as we come into the mid game, as we enter the mid game here, Arashi?
Obviously, they want to slow down the game a bit, and they want to make sure that they can scale. They do have the advantage in the range, as well as burst. Well, no, more DPS department. So if they can get to that point, it will be quite beneficial. Here we have a snack video head-to-head for each of the junglers. As we mentioned, Hans and Sans, the names that are starting to be quite iconic, they're quite equal as far as stats goes, but yeah, Hans needs to prove himself a bit more if he wants to, claim to be on the same level. As of right now, we haven't seen that, but he has this game as an opportunity to show us what he's really made of. As I mentioned, the GEEK FAM wants to actually take the game to the late game, and ONIC wants to actually push the tempo and try and end the game as fast as possible, because there's no guarantee that they'll be able to get the easy team fights in the late game. There's a lot of ways for GEEK FAM to position and try and protect their Nathan from the aggression from ONIC Esports. So if they don't try and push the tempo and not give GEEK FAM the opportunity to regroup and actually get into that five-man team fight situation, they might struggle. There's more of a window for GEEK FAM to outplay once they gets there. So they want to end it fast.
Absolutely. GEEK FAM, with their composition, they want to take it to the late game. Like you said, they want to play it slow. Yep. But it doesn't look like it so far, right? They've been playing super fast. They've been committing onto this. They haven't been trading at all, actually. And again, I think it's because they don't have strong side laners, right? They picked the Benedetta in the bottom side against the Cho. Not going to be a winning lane. It's going to be kind of an even lane. He will win in wave pressure, but the top side, that's going to be hard, all right? Xborg, a bully laner going against that top laner, it's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard for GEEK FAM, because even if they try to trade, they can't, right? Because they don't have the winning lanes in the side to be able to do that. And so they are forced to commit into these team fights. We'll just have to see how ONIC plays it. If ONIC manages to keep their lead again and again, all the way to the mid lane, to the mid game, they will be able to end it right there. But if they make a slight mistake in the team fights, if GEEK FAM are able to get the winning team fight there, they might just snowball all the way and get their items quickly, all right? As right now, it is still a pause for the side of ONIC Esports. There is still a technical pause here. And now, let's what about you, Gani? I want to ask, because Boots has been performing like crazy. We saw him get the MVP
tremendously.
in the first game. This time around on the Xborg. Last time he picked the Xborg, he also picked himself up an MVP. Do you think he's going to be able to replicate the same success as last time here, Gone?
Well, that's actually what I wish for Boots. I mean, this guy, like Arashi mentioned earlier, he is an underrated player, underrated XP laner, but well, he has shown some brilliance here. Of course, ONIC being a low-key team, they have so much potential to win it all, Mirko. And of course, Boots perhaps could become another MVP, but I don't know. I think Sans on this Lancelot could also shine in game number 2 here, Mirko. But looking at the composition, I want to point out, I'm surprised that GEEK FAM did not ban Lancelot in the second phase, knowing, of course, that Xborg is a flex. I think they got tunnel visioned somehow, thinking that Xborg is going to be jungler. So in the second phase, they did not ban Lancelot, and of course, it was a free pickup for Sans. So yeah, questionable move. But I want to see the execution from GEEK FAM. Could they withstand the pressure or find their rhythm, especially entering the mid game here, Mirko?
Absolutely. Now we are going to talk about the head-to-head though. Boots and Adam. You mentioned earlier, Gani. Boots, very solid. It's just such a crazy XP. Very underrated, I should say, right? Underrated XP laner. Yeah. And Adam, this guy from Season 7, basically hyped up to be the dark horse of the tournament, the dark horse of MPL Season 7. So far, he had his moments in Season 7, but Season 8, he hasn't been able to find anything too crazy here. You know, hasn't been able to find a lot of success. Very different from the last season where he was actually hyped up. You know, the whole GEEK FAM team was hyped up last season. GEEK FAM revamp in the earlier on in the season, they were able to pick up wins against Biggitron Alpha. They were able to get wins almost against Alter Ego when they were at their highest point, right? So very interesting to see that with the new roster, they haven't been able to find success. I thought with the new roster coming into the season, they will be even stronger than the previous. But I want to know your take on this as well, Arashi, because very different compared to ONIC Esports. ONIC Esports stuck with their same roster from Season 7. GEEK FAM made some changes here. What do you think about these two teams based on the rosters?
For sure, how they manage the rosters have quite the stark contrast. It's stability versus unpredictability and, you know, new potential. So in a sense, I think I would personally lean more towards what ONIC is doing, because I feel like synergy and experience, you know, and like coordination, it all plays a huge part, especially in such a team-oriented game like Mobile Legends. So I think changing things up a bit too much might not really be beneficial for your team. But as we mentioned, these are not, you know, random people that GEEK FAM has. They are people who have potential, have been noticed by the community, and they have a lot that they can do. And so it's about them trying to prove themselves right now. But we go straight into a fight, Mirko.
Yeah, we're gonna get insane. Okay, we're just gonna resume into a fight, I guess. Freeze is gonna get taken down. Sans gets another double kill. And this is what we mentioned. They need to play it slow, and they're not playing it slow. Jeet Kundo comes on Randy. There is gonna be a shield unity. And the Dragon actually cancels the knockback, and they're just able to shut him down in that push. It is gonna be a 3-for-0 trade right now.
Is it a wipeout?
Trying to look for something. It almost is a wipeout, but Sans will be able to get the purple buff, as Salmon won't be able to do anything right there. 10-1 in terms of kills, 3,000 gold lead, and two turtles to the names of ONIC Esports right now, Gani.
Oh, that is a questionable move there from GEEK FAM, knowing the pressure, knowing the composition from ONIC. They just want to fight. Pick your battles, man. GEEK FAM with the replay here. Arashi, tell me what's up.
Right, so ONIC pressures for the turtle, and again, GEEK goes for the play and instantly loses a member to Sans. But then, you know, the AoE coming in, the spray down by Boost, the turtle's poisons from keyboard, all these AoE abilities just melt down the members of GEEK FAM, and they all go. I really think that was a wipeout, but I'm not sure. That was a huge loss for the side of GEEK FAM. We'll see if they can recover here, Mirko.
Oh my god, look at the damage coming in from Sans. Look at that juke! Dodge the damage. Almost getting taken down by his brother Hans right there. But it will be Hans taking Retribution. Little Wanderer taken away with that Retribution. 30 seconds onto the third turtle, and ONIC Esports with this lead. They might just go for it. Phantom Execution being used, not able to hit onto anything. I think that was just used for the Little Wanderer. But again, ONIC with this lead. Again, they are a snowball team. If they get the lead, it is so dangerous and so So, disaster for the enemy team. Looking for the yin yang overturn combo. Going on to Salmon. Does not have the ejector as CW rotates to that mid lane with the Jeet Kundo. GEEK FAM does not want any part of that, and they will just be able to get pressure for this up and coming turtle gun.
And indeed, and ONIC, knowing that they have the lead, of course, will take that turtle for free. But look at the mid side here. Drian needs to flee. To find a low. Has been popped, but will it take down himself? There you go.
Wow.
Drian goes down. I think Renby. Nice compensation. Oh, I think Lord has been stolen from the side of Hans here. Oh, what happened there? I think GEEK FAM right now wants to engage for a fight, but of course, ONIC is still practically safe here. Meanwhile, CW trying to find something bot side, but almost taking down the turret here, Mirko. Oof.
Now, look at that. Sans goes in for the Father Execution, instantly punctures away as Adam rotates to the mid side, looking for Desmond's welcome, but Keyboy will be able to pop that invisibility, running away for now as Cho is waiting very patiently in that bush. Might look for a trade here, just jumps around with the Shunpo. Deathness welcome being used, but he still has the Jikundo with the Dragon being used as well. And the backside is going to be the Thorn Rose with a final blow. It almost burst CW down. He has to flicker away from there as Sans does not get the right target. Is targeting the tank right now, and it will be a solo kill on the other side of the map. Drian picks up Hans in a 1v1 kill right there, Gandhi.
Ooh, Hans gets taken down twice. Things are not looking good as Salman becomes a target. Last Insanity has been popped, but Salman is forced to use the flicker to escape from that situation. Right now, though, ONIC is still controlling the game, still controlling the rhythm as Sans almost, or not almost, did he take the orange buff there?
Yeah, I feel like no one has it, but it got taken. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm not sure, guys.
I don't know.
Maybe that's a visual bug right there. I don't know, but CW has actually traded lanes here with the Xborg. Xborg is actually farming the jungle for some reason, as Lancelot will be able to clear in the bottom side, waiting for this is that the 4th turtle to spawn? They've been getting this at such a rapid rate that it is going to be actually the 4th turtle in this game right here. Sans going in with the puncture, trying to go onto Salmon as the Shield Unity will connect onto Salmon. Not for now though, still able to juke away. Will finally connect as Thorn Rose will be able to pick himself a monster kill right there. Adam pokes, uses the Death as welcome, instantly cancelled by Sans right there, and a lot of damage being used, and the last Insanity will pick up a killing spree for himself. Drian looking for the Yeti overturn. Sans goes in with puncture, and that is going to be the snipe for Drian. My goodness, and they look
they're not
for the Phantom Execution, the dive in, and Hans gets taken down. A godlike for Sans right here, Gani.
Godlike for Sans, and of course Hans gets taken down the 3rd time. Things are not looking good for GEEK FAM right now as ONIC looks to snowball from the early game. 16 kill points secured. Meanwhile, GEEK FAM only manages to take a 2 here. Rashi, downtime here. Any analysis on what is going on?
I think ONIC played it really smart. Earlier, I thought that they would go for a bit more risky dives, but they actually have been waiting their time, biding their moments, knowing that they only have the Way of the Dragon for playmaking potential. They actually have been playing it very patiently, and once they see an opportunity where the members of GEEK FAM are disorientated or they lost one member, they just go ham, and I think they wiped out GEEK FAM again in that whole series of fights. So they're playing it very smart, but also at the same time maintaining a really high level of aggression, diving in all the way until the 2nd turret in the top side. So GEEK needs to really try and play defensively because this is not working out for them. Mirko.
But Death to this welcome has been used. Boots will just instantly cancel that out, using that anti-CC from the last Insanity very, very well. The ejector comes in onto Keyboy. A lot of damage has been put, but the Shield Unity will connect onto Salmon as CW with a Jeet Kundo Dragon. On the other side, look at Sans just able to 1v3 in that situation, and he comes up ahead. Hans is going to get taken down, and that is a killing spree picked up by ONIC. A mega kill as well. They are looking for the wipeout. Renby is the only one standing, and he will be next on the chopping block. The Phantom Execution and the Thorn Rose will be able to secure the Legendary and the wipe out 10 minutes into this game. An 8,000 gold lead, and it is going to be the inhibitor turrets falling down, Donnie.
I'm speechless right now, Mirko. Looking at ONIC, they are standing strong with 5 members. Meanwhile, GEEK FAM, they need to pick their battles as of right now as ONIC CW trying to find the mid inhibitor, but did not manage to succeed for now. But of course, ONIC is just having fun at this point, Mirko.
they're having much more than fun here as we take a look at the items. Arashi, tell me what they're doing with the 9,000 gold lead that they have.
Well, Sans almost has a full build at this point. He's doing insane amounts of damage. He can use one skill and chunk down Hans all the way to like almost half his HP. So it's a really tough spot for them to be in right now. And Drian, not far behind, already with the Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. At any point, like earlier, Hans kited away from Sans, but then once Drian walked up, it's just a huge amounts of damage. And here, it seems like the aggression isn't over, but the Nathan has no items yet, so he's not doing enough damage to actually deal with even Keyboy. Keyboy has been standing in front of him taking auto attacks, and it's just not enough damage coming out from the side of Hans right now. So Geek needs to try and get some resources and scale, because these fights are not going to work in their favor at all at this point with the huge gold lead, Goni.
Exactly, but I think GEEK FAM, they need to pick their battles from the get-go, which I'm not seeing actually, because of course the early composition is towards ONIC, but GEEK FAM, they're just there for the team fights, and this is what happens when you don't pick your battles. ONIC Esports will definitely capitalize, as of course ONIC is focusing their objective on this Lord, Enhanced Lord, mind you, and of course this could become the potential of the last push. This could be a last push for this game here, Mirko.
Absolutely, and this is why the draft plays a huge role into the game. You know, GEEK FAM, if you want to go for a marksman, you need 100%, you need a strong side laner, right? Because if you don't have a strong side laner and you pick up a weaker trio mid, this is exactly what happens. They can't even look for trades in this game because they don't have the pressure on down lanes. They don't have the kill pressure or the wave pressure to be able to trade in those lanes. And this is exactly what happens. 10,000 gold lead in a 12th minute, trying to end the game instantly right here. And GEEK FAM just have no answer. The Lord was taken uncontested. ONIC Esports pushing with an 11,000 gold lead with the Enhanced Lord and 2 waves in the mid lane. It will crash and it will take that inhibitor turret. They're rotating towards the bot side. The inhibitor turret will fall again here. And that is going to be a 2 inhibitor turret lead for the side of ONIC Esports. Sans just styles on the minions, going with the puncture. And Keyboy already doing a lot with the Tortoise's Poison's pop. They will actually be able to defend this one more time, but Salman goes in for the ejector. It will be Boots becoming a target as the last attack will be popped. A lot of damage. Adam will use that as well. Death is welcome. Flickers inside, getting a lot of damage onto Keyboy. The immortality will be popped, but Red V on the other side will be picked up. It's going to be a 1-for-1 right now. Sans goes into the backside, will be able to get 1. He's looking for 2. He will be popped, and that is going to be ONIC Esports just taking down the base, focusing it down, and 24-4. The 13th minute end right here for a 2-0 clean sweep for the side of ONIC Esports. Gone.
Clean-cut textbook victory from the side of ONIC, and of course GEEK FAM, they could not do anything, especially entering the mid-game. They were just 2 behind, and there you go, a clean-cut victory. ONIC Esports taking the match, taking the series to a 2-0 win right here. I want to hear your thoughts. Game number 2, Arashi. It's your take the stage.
Right, so I think early on, GEEK, I don't know if they're just too used to playing for early game dominance and playing for pressure, but even in the early games, you see Salman trying to go for the orange buff steal. So he took his first skill instead of the ejector. So he plays really aggressively, and he doesn't get rewarded for it, and that was fine in the beginning. But then it all starts with Boots again with that X-Bro pressuring hard, and then getting him low enough for Sans to just drop by and pick up the kill, you know, in very simple fashion. Afterwards, Ren V, we saw him try and compensate for the lack of pressure by he tries to create pressure by cutting the waves, but as Mirko mentioned, there is no pressure on the opposite side of the map. So members from ONIC just came down and punishes him dearly for actually trying to attempt such a risky play in that situation. ONIC then gets a bit more tempo. CW with that Cho has a huge amount of pressure because, you know, huge amounts of utility and playmaking potential and split push power coming in from CW. He just keeps pushing that, but as you mentioned, there was this long pause, and once the pause was over, we just saw suddenly a huge fight between the two teams. We weren't sure exactly what happened, but it seems like they were just pressuring for the turtle, and ONIC just punishes them instantly, knowing that they have an objective that they can technically bait GEEK FAM with. They were just able to, you know, start a turtle, and once they can see that, oh, GEEK FAM isn't willing to let it go, they just wholeheartedly engage all the way towards them, and I think they got wiped out at that first engagement, but they got at least 3 to 4 kills. So that was a huge momentum swing for the side of ONIC. The pace just goes faster from there, because then ONIC plays very aggressively. I was mentioning how I thought they might go even more aggressive and go for risky dives, maybe relying on CW's Way of the Dragon to try and set up these kills, especially for the squishier members. But ONIC plays it smartly and decides that, okay, we'll just take control. We'll go into your jungle, make sure that you have no area to farm, and we just take control like that, and slowly but surely push you away from your own outermost turrets and take them down one by one. So that's exactly what they did, and there was another fight that broke out in the jungle due to that maneuver coming from ONIC. And once they got an advantage, I think they got 1 or 2 people low, or they got a kill. You just saw the core members like Sans, like Drian, they just go ham, they go forward and they just dive towards the backline, get picks, and at one point everyone got wiped out and only Nathan was left. And even then, understanding that they have the momentum, they have the early game power to actually make this kind of play happen, they just dive with 3 men and they toggle the aggro off the turret perfectly, resulting in everyone being very low, down to like 150 HP, but no one actually getting taken out. So that was very calculated, very clean coming in from the side of ONIC. It's very impressive to see from the side of the casters here. And once that happens, they did throw a bit, in a sense. They lost a fight after that whole sequence of events. They did lose a fight technically for a bit, but then they go aggressive again, and in the next fight, I think they got a little to no loss for another like 3-man or 4-man trade. And at 10 minutes, there was that huge fight that happened between the two teams, and ONIC gets the wipeout near the purple buff of GEEK FAM in the jungle, and resulting from that, they got the Lord, they got a couple of towers, and they just, kept the pressure up, and GEEK had no option. And maybe they felt that since ONIC gets taken very low, down to like 100 or 150 HP to 200 HP, something along those lines, maybe because they thought that was very close, they figured, oh, that was close, maybe the next fight we can like get something, get some shutdowns, because the shutdowns swing games back towards the losing side, right? But at one point, especially after losing 2 fights in a row that hard, they really need to understand that, okay, they got kind of low, but ONIC is a proper team, they're not this random team you find in a ranked game. They understand their limits, and they know exactly what to do to make sure that they can push forward with as much aggression as possible, but also survive. So it's all calculated aggression is what I would call it. That was, very apparent in how ONIC played this game out. So that is a huge thing. I think teams need to look out for the same kind of aggression coming from ONIC in their own games, because this is looking very impressive. But afterwards, ONIC tried to control the jungle of GEEK FAM. They just stayed in the jungle, pitch up the tent, start camping there, and they take the Lord. Then they start freezing the lane, and then they push together with the Lord. As you can see from the items here, Drian already on the game is so fast that even though they're winning, Drian he is still in the way of making his 4th damage item, but he already has the Clock of Destiny, the Lightning Truncheon, and no one on the side of GEEK FAM, at least the priority targets that Drian would go for, has magic resist, so he just goes for Holy Crystal. And we saw towards that late game, Frieza, whenever he just goes in on Frieza, on Renvi, on Hans, one combo will just take him down way below half HP. Butz as well, being the strong dominant force that he is, with the Immortal and with the Athenas as well, knowing that Nathan is magic damage, Frieza is magic damage as well, and obviously Renvi on that Benedetta with the physical damage won't really go and try and pour out his damage onto an X-Borg of all people, so very lax on the armor for good reason. CW, so itemizing very aggressively without a Heptasis, but with a Windtalker to ensure the fast push, the pressure in the side lane, the aggressive 1v1 dueling potential, just a lot of things to deal with from the side of GEEK FAM. And Sans, obviously the star of the show here, getting the majority of the kills, having a full inventory, doing huge amounts of damage with little to no effort towards that late game. Anything he lands on the opposition will take at least a quarter of their HP pool off of the game. And Keyboy, itemizing full defensively as well. And with that Revitalize, I really didn't see the Revitalize coming out too critical in the majority of these fights. But again, it's not a spell that really stands out when it's being used. But when you play aggressively like this, and you go for a dive comp where everyone ends up in the same location, this Revitalize spell on the frontline engage tank might be something that some teams will try and pick up and use to their own advantage. But as we mentioned, Benedetta, you see, with the Bloodlust Axe with the War Axe, Renvi does have a healthy amount of gold. He does have 4 items, but at this point he just doesn't do enough. He has a moment of brilliance where he goes and was able to secure the kill on Drian, but overall it was just the story of the game was just ONIC going dominant all the way. Here, go to our post-game screen. As you can see, the damage to tower is very one-sided. The damage dealt actually is quite similar, surprisingly enough, and the damage taken is higher on the side of GEEK FAM. I think it's not about, as you mentioned, the HP pulls from the side of ONIC Esports got very low in these fights. So it's not really the issue of how much damage gets put out, it's about how fast it gets put out, and you know, they put out the same amount of damage, save for the last 100 or 200 HP from the side of ONIC Esports. So the damage dealt isn't that bad. They just weren't able to actually secure the kills afterwards. The rich guy, the carry, it is Sans, huge amounts of damage, and you can see his mechanical prowess. We saw this man perform on Ling, you know, mechanical outplays and all that. But with the Lancelot as well, you can see man has tremendous potential. Adam on the side of GEEK FAM does have the sandbag. He was the frontline and he tried his best, but at one point he only had 1 defense item along with the Sky Garden helmet for the synergy with the healing from Barrett's, and that just wasn't enough. The members from from ONIC Esports, it's not just that they can do enough damage to chunk him out, because Boots does true damage, right? And everyone else has a lot of damage to pour out. It's just the fact that also they can just ignore him and dive past towards Hans, towards Frieza, or towards all these members. And despite having, you know, planning for that, Frieza was also struggling a bit to try and get, you know, a bit of damage out, because he was forced constantly to play defensively. And Keyboy, with the Baxia as the Forgotten One, clearly setting up his team for success for the most part. And so good synergy play by the side of ONIC Esports, showing that, you know, with that the neat dives, the calculated aggression. But here is the MVP for this game, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is none other than Sans on that Lancelot. 891 gold per minute, 71% kill participation, 11-1 and 6. Gets taken out once in the whole game, but huge momentum, huge pressure, all the outplays, all the calculated play possible, going in aggressively, getting out with a sliver of HP, and still maintaining that pressure throughout the whole game, and as well as keeping his gold per minute still high. As always, Sans, a very consistent jungler that people really need to be aware of. We mentioned how one of the win conditions for GEEK FAM is to actually curb his farming potential, but in this game, farming wasn't even the main priority. He was just farming heroes instead. So very well played, very well deserved. I would, you know, give an honorable mention to maybe Keyboy as well, because he obviously was the person starting everything, and in these big fights, he was the one letting out all this healing reduction, all this damage per second around him, and that obviously built up quite a bit when you're playing as aggressively as ONIC. But again, you're playing very smart, and here we're gonna go into the highlights quite soon. But you have to respect how well ONIC can play and how calculated their plays are. Here we have the highlights presented to you by Livin by Mandiri. And this is that first game, and it was a bit more back and forth. And this is that fight in that Lord, and you can see the momentum start swinging, and over in this situation, you see GEEK just lose majority of the players, and ONIC, understanding the momentum, just goes ham. And so you can really see how they have a particular plan and they know what exactly they need. This is the first fight from the second game where I think they got wiped out here. So huge loss for the side of GEEK FAM, and almost no losses from the side of ONIC. That was a story for the multiple fights. This is the fight, I think, where they got wiped out yet again near the blue buff, and you can see Hans just getting chunked out by Drian and Sans in this situation. Not much he can do, not much peel, not much crowd control available to peel him out, and look at that burst coming in towards Frieza. There was just not much they can do with such a big goal difference and a big difference in power spikes and tempo. And I think a core aspect I think about the composition is how all these teams that find great success actually have both, if they want to play for the early game and they want to snowball, they have both physical and magical damage, which makes it very difficult for all these squishy members from the side of the opposing team to try and itemize against. So I think that's a big aspect. But that was the highlights, Mirko and Goni. What do you think?
Yeah, that was the highlights right there. I think it was just an amazing game from the side of ONIC Esports.
Yeah, all highlights.
Maybe a little bit of a Yeah, all highlights, literally all highlights. But if you guys want to play like ONIC Esports, build your gold lead in real life, you guys, no, never mind, guys. All right, never mind. There you go. There you go. That's
there you go.
All right. If you guys want to snowball in real life, you know, collect your money by opening a savings account at Bank Mandiri with an initial deposit of only 50,000 and activate and live in by Mandiri, you can get 500 diamonds. So by saving money, we're gonna give you diamonds right there. That is MPL. We got your backs, man. We got your backs. All you need to do is bmri.id/mpl8 if you want to know more information about that. Get your free diamonds and save money to just snowball in real life, dudes. All right, not just snowball in games. All right, let's do it, Gani. Let's do it. But after, like you said, Arashi, the highlights. So many highlights in that game. All of those will be posted on our Snack Video account. So if you guys are lazy, you know, you don't want to go one by one to the 8th minute, to the 8th hour, to the 8th whatever, just go on to the Snack Video account right there. Download it on Play Store or App Store right now. Prove you're a true supporter of MLBB Indonesia team by voting for your favorite game moments now. Snack Videos, bites of fun here, Gani.
Bites of fun indeed. But yes, ONIC Esports textbook victory. But I'm not feeling tired here. Maybe you can share why, Miracle.
Why? Do you even need to ask why? Do you? Is it a question? All right. We're sitting on Secret Labs, ladies and gentlemen, the international award-winning gaming chair designed to keep you comfortable at home. I think there's a typo right there. It's not just comfortable at home, all right? It's comfortable everywhere, anywhere. Everywhere and anywhere, all right? Visit the website secretlab.co or go to the nearest e-commerce website. Just you can buy it anywhere. It's anywhere. It's for everywhere, all right? It's just the most complete gaming chair in the world. I have nothing much to say, all right? It's just the best. Okay, Gani? Okay, Arashi? I think everyone agrees here. If you don't agree, I think you're just stupid. I'm joking, guys. But yes, guys, we still have a second match here, Gani. After that incredible first match, we still have ONIC Esports. After ONIC Esports taking in GEEK FAM, we still have RRQ, who goes against Rebellion Genflix in our second match today. After winning the El Clasico yesterday, they might be slacking off here. They might be slacking off against Rebellion Genflix, a team who hasn't gotten the win. They might show up today, right? We never know. Again, Rebellion Genflix, very similar to GEEK FAM, gets the early game pressure but overcommits in the team fights. We will see if they have fixed their mistake against the kings of El Clasico in MPL Season 8 here, Gani.
We will see indeed, but let's take a break first. Calm your horses. Stay tuned, of course, for the second match, Rebellion Genflix and RRQ Miracle.
Yeah, let's go, guys. We're gonna take a quick break. It's been me, Mirko, my co-caster Gani, and our analyst for today, Arashi. We will be right back, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Sorry, man.
about the second matchup here, we are going to talk about something else first, Gani. All right, we are gonna say some things here about MPL Indonesia Season 8. Remember, guys, for all of you back at home, MPL Indonesia Season 8 is being held privately with limited guests as well, and everyone is doing the COVID-19 test in adherence to the government's guidelines. So please do stay at home as well for all of you watching here. All right, and for you, Gani and Arashi, how are you doing after that first match? Are you guys ready? Are you guys pumped for Rebellion Genflix and RRQ Hoshi, the winners of yesterday's El Clasico? Gani.
I'm pumped, and of course, I'm so excited to see their follow-up after their win yesterday, Mirko.
The follow-up indeed. Will they be overly confident? Will they be normal in a normal mental state? Because again, a lot of crazy hype there. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, once again, MPL Indonesia Season 8 is being held in private and with limited guests. All the production team that attend the venue have undergone a mandatory COVID-19 test and are practicing strict health protocol in adherence to the government's guidelines. We are doing our best here to entertain you guys during the tough times, and also we're doing this to go against this pandemic, all right? To get, to fasten the things a little bit, so we can go back to offline events, right? Who doesn't want to see offline events? Me, Gani, and Arashi, all of us definitely are stoked about it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, MPL Season 8 won't be possible without what, Gani? What are we missing here in MPL Season 8?
Of course, our sponsors and partners, Mirko.
Absolutely. Our sponsors and partners right here. MPL Season 8 is presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Our official live streaming platform is NIMO TV. Our official bank partner is Livin by Mondiri. Our official short video partner is Snack Video, and our partners in esports are Secret Labs and Mangkoku. Both of these, every sponsor, man, giving us such good things here. And obviously, guys, if you guys want to check out our social media, go ahead down below for the latest news and information about MPL Indonesia. So you guys can get all the goods right there. The Instagram, YouTube channel, Twitter, Facebook, NIMO TV, and Snack Video accounts are all listed down below. So you guys can go check it out if you do want to know more about MPL Indonesia right here. Gani and Arashi, Rebellion Genflix. It's going to be a tough matchup, especially because maybe, right, they don't have Samsung phones. I pity them. But we here, we're the best players alive because of this phone, guys, alright? Samsung Galaxy A32, A52, and A72. Official smartphone of MPL Season 8. Own these to bring up your gaming performance. Awesome is for everyone, so go ahead and follow us at Samsung Indonesia or visit the website galaxyaseries.com to get the best phone, or maybe just the information about the best phone here, right? Because again, we are also streaming here on NIMO TV, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can check out the co-streams happening there. There are casters who aren't casting today, that are streaming there. We got coaches like Coach Zace, actually, who is streaming right now, watching this event live right there. So a lot of information that you guys can get by watching the streams up there, NIMO TV. Not just that, but you get prizes as well. Who doesn't want prizes, Gani?
Who doesn't want prizes? Indeed, Mirko and Arashi. But yeah, match number 2 is about to begin. RRQ taking on Rebellion Genflix. Rebellion Genflix, shaky start still, even though we have entered week number 3. But hopefully something is different, even though their opponent is RRQ here today, Mirko.
Yeah, I definitely wished for more here for Rebellion Genflix, right? Because Sugar going down to the MDL, they got a new jungler. I thought it would change a little bit in their composition, change a little bit in their playstyle, but they've been playing exactly the same. So I don't know what's that replacement, the swap did for them right here, but they definitely need to look for something different, all right? Because if they keep on going for the same things, it will be disastrous. So Rashi, tell me what you think about Rebellion Genflix here, especially against RRQ Hoshi, who got a win against EVO's Legends yesterday.
Well, the main issue is that Rebellion is a team that really enjoys team fighting in the early stages of the game, but we've seen yesterday that RRQ is very competent at taking these 5v5 team fights, and they don't shy from it at all. So we have to see if their habit of actually going for team fights very early on can actually hold up to the test of what is RRQ, the very strong team fight composition team. We've seen how they performed against EVOs even, and in those team fights you can see how competent they are individually and how they all work together with each other like a very well-oiled machine, Mirko.
The very oiled machine. I like that. I like that. But what about you, Gani? Now, talking about Rebellion Genflix and RRQ, we're just gonna wait a little bit more though, because again, we have a treat for you guys.
I shall regain what I deserve. I kill whoever I want to kill.
And let's get it. Let's take a look at the laning predictions for both of the teams right here as it's presented on the screen. Arashi, walk me through it.
So for RRQ, we have Skylar in the gold lane. We got Vin and Clay in the mid lane and the roamer position. We got Albert as the jungler and R7 as the XP lane. Now on the other hand, for Rebellion, they have Birul, the man himself, the man with a lot of impact on gold lane. Jisa, the aforementioned change in jungle, you know, the new hope for Rebellion. Huba in the mid lane, as always. Val as the roamer and Ryuk as the EXP lane. Well, a lot of questions, as we mentioned earlier, comes to whether or not Jisa can actually step up and whether or not Rebellion can actually put his talents, his expertise to good use here. You know, like, against such a team like RRQ, we'll have to see if the unexpectedness of, you know, the composition potentially coming out from Rebellion can catch RRQ off guard. And as always, we'll see if Birul can actually perform against Skylar, because this is still quite a tough matchup for Mirko.
Yeah, again, Skylar getting his chance to shine here again in MPL Season 8. Obviously, we saw what happened in Season 7. Not a good start for Skylar, but in the end of Season 7, he managed to get RRQ that playoff spot. And in the end, unfortunately, Lemon, coming into the squad, wasn't able to get a good impact on the team. And they were forced to be eliminated on the first day of the playoffs. Coming into the season, a little bit of a similar story. Skylar being on the team, not much success here so far. So Sin had to come in and replace him for a bit. But now he has been given another shot at redemption right here, and hopefully he's able to create the amount of impact needed for this team right here, because again, it is an all-star roster. All right, it is going to be so hard to perform with Albert, with R7, with Clay, and also Vin. So props to the guy for just being a solid goal laner, Gani.
Indeed, and again, RRQ has so much depth in their lineup, so I think just basically keeping to the level of the star players is just so hard. But yeah, again, I want to talk about Rebellion Genflix Miracle a little. If they take the L on this match, the chances of them getting to the playoffs is getting slimmer. I gotta be honest with you here, Miracle.
Very slim. You know, it's basically deja vu to what happened to Aura Fire last season. You know, without a single match win here, and obviously, I don't think any team wants to do that, right? Rebellion Genflix, they are making moves. It's not like they're just laying on the ground, letting this happen to them. They are making moves, moving the players from the MBL to the MPL, doing all these roster changes, going for crazy picks as well. So I appreciate the effort, and I really do want to see them succeed here, especially against a team like RRQ Hoshi, because what a statement would it be, you know? If they were able to get a win, if they're able to get a win here against RRQ Hoshi, that is crazy, right? That means they are a team that is worthy of the MPL here. So let's just take a look at the coach head-to-head for both coaches. We got Coach Achil for RRQ Hoshi, and obviously we got Coach Lexus here from the side of Rebellion Genflix, brought to you by Snack Video Rashi.
Yep. And Coach Achil, as we saw yesterday, was able to actually formulate a plan that could take out EVA's legends of all people. So a very noteworthy name, and we saw how festive he was about the victory the other day. So we'll have to see if, as you mentioned, whether he'll let his guard down against Coach Lexus, or he's gonna maintain that upward trend and actually show out even stronger today. Obviously, Coach Lexus will have to, come up with a very serious, proper solution for this. You mentioned it yourself. It's an all-star team. There's so much potential, and it all hinges on the decisions of Achil. So we'll see if he can actually find a solution and maybe predict the maneuver that Coach Achil is gonna use.
Yeah, absolutely. But on that note as well, Arashi, I do want to ask you here, right as we get into the Samsung Galaxy A series ways to victory, what do you think RRQ Hoshi can do to just get a dub against Rebellion Genflix here in this next match, Arashi?
So RRQ tends to take things a bit slow in the early game, and we saw how that is taken advantage of from EVOS yesterday. And on the other hand, Rebellion likes playing early game team fights, so they have to be careful about that, and they have to make sure they take advantage of Albert's hero pool, because Albert's hero pool is important part of RRQ's win condition. Vin and Clay being disciplined with their poke damage from the early game will be important, because Vin is a good playmaker, so they need to make sure that he has the opportunities and he uses his spells efficiently, and obviously be aware of surprise attacks from RBG. They do have a lot of plays available, and they don't really they have a lot of things to prove. They have nothing to lose, so some unexpected things might come flying out. They need to be aware of that, and of course making sure that Skylar gets to perform. We did mention there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. It's a bit tough for him, but if he can perform with his his usual standard, yeah, Mirko, he has a lot of chance.
Yeah, and again, from the audience prediction, same thing happened with Aura Fire yesterday, 94-6, and again, RRQ Kingdom coming in strong, 94-6. I thought it would be higher, honestly, because yesterday Aura Fire got the same stats, 94-6. I thought it would be crazier here, but yeah, Rebellion Genflix still without a single win here in MPL Season 8. Unfortunately, those are the audience predictions that you were gonna get, right? They have to prove these audience wrong. Bigotron Alpha was the first team to do it here in MPL Season 8, break the curse of the audience prediction being 100% right. We'll see if Rebellion Genflix can break the curse once again against a team like RRQ Hoshi, the kings of kings, you might call them, back-to-back champions back in Season 5 and Season 6. They are looking to get this Season 8 strap on their belt. So we'll have to see how this team performs. And new blood, fresh blood in the MPL going against probably the most successful domestic team in MPL Indonesia, Goni.
Indeed, the pressure is in RRQ though, so maybe, just maybe, RBG could basically capitalize on that and maybe steal a game or even win the match. Fingers are crossed for Rebellion Genflix as we enter the gaming house for our second match for the first game here, Mirko.
Absolutely, you can see the smiles on Clay's face, on R7's face. These players, man, they are chill, all right? Now, just take a look at the team head-to-head. Let's tell the people why they're so chill here, Arashi.
Well, they're confident, but as we can see, the first tower rate actually goes to Rebellion Genflix. It's a team well known for playing for the early game, higher first lord rate as well. But as we mentioned, RRQ's specialty is in that late game. Once it's all down to execution, once it's all down to the mechanics and the teamwork, that's where they truly shine. And once you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They just keep going, and they are very good at using that tempo to their advantage. And you can see it's shown from the KDA total. It's just it's quite a bit of difference, and that is done over a course of a lot of games where they actually have a huge priority on just taking out the opposing team with no mercy. Mirko.
Absolutely. Let's take a look now from this from the kills, the statistics here, 199 kills. I think that's the most kills in the MPL right now for a team, and 418 assists, whereas Rebellion Genflix Arashi, 220 deaths. Not looking good for them. Not a single match win so far in the MPL, although they have gotten some games on their belts, and that was because of the first tower. That was because of the early game tempo that they were able to create for themselves. But in a game against RRQ Hoshi, this is one of their many weaknesses, right? RRQ Hoshi usually fails in the macro game in the early game. We saw this against GEEK FAM, we saw this against ONIC, and we saw this against EVOS Legends even yesterday. Even when they won, they didn't win because of the early game snowball. They won because the opponents forced a team fight and they were able to out micro their opponents, right? So same thing goes here. Rebellion Genflix, if they're able to get the macro lead, they have to keep the lead. They have to stay in the lead until the game goes. They cannot give any opening for RRQ because they are possibly the best mechanical team, all right? They will take any fight and they will win, even if they are behind in gold, Goni.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Rebellion Genflix and GEEK FAM have the same struggles, where they usually tend to basically have no objectives, have no plans entering the mid game, and fall short, of course, towards the late game, even though they have control in the early game. So let's just jump into the draft for the first game here, presented to you by NIMO TV as RRQ with the first pick, banning out that X-Borg as well as Harley, and Rebellion Genflix taking no time banning that Ling. Arashi entering the first phase. Any thoughts?
Of course, the Ling ban comes in for respect towards Albert. We don't want this man on his Ling, but obviously the man has plenty of other weapons up his sleeve. RRQ Hoshi now banning out these early game threats. We've seen how impactful a lane bully like Expert can be in the lane, and we have yet to see how aggressive he can be from a jungle perspective. But the lane presence is something that RRQ probably do not want to deal with, along with the Harley, with the pick potential that it brings and the huge power spike at level 4, level 5. Also, the Jawhead for that huge playmaking potential. Denying that from Rebellion and, you know, stifling their early game aggression will come in handy for RRQ to stall this game towards that team fighting stage that they really enjoy, Mirko.
Yeah, not giving away the X-Borg, not giving away the Jawhead and the Harley, not giving Rebellion Genflix a chance to snowball on these heroes that can usually just control the game after getting the first few kills. So Rebellion Genflix, again, every single team who goes against RRQ Hoshi will ban this Ling. That is just, you have to, alright? Because this guy, he stayed at 100% win rate back in Season 7, and he is still bringing it here in Season 8. If you let go of the Ling, this man will perform. Literally, his whole team will pick towards him, alright? That is how crazy his Ling is. So we'll just have to see right now. Hayabusa is open. I think it is going to be the viable pick, and the most the pick that makes most sense here for the side of RRQ Hoshi. They really like to get Albert going in the early game, so getting the Hayabusa will definitely be a good pick here. But no, they will choose the Popo and Koopa instead of that Hayabusa in this first pick, Goni.
Ooh, interesting approach here already from RRQ, opening that Hayabusa, and I'm sure Rebellion Genflix will pick up that Hayabusa indeed, and will it pair it with Grok here? But I think Rebellion Genflix is still taking their time here for their first picks. But yeah, I want to know, why does RRQ Hoshi pick up this Popo and Koopa for the first pick, Arashi? Maybe you know why.
So Popo and Koopa has a lot of poke from a bit of a range, and he does have, it is 2 units, so there's more security in catching those kill shots, as well as the traps can come in handy to deny any aggressive maneuvers, as well as get some security into the bushes, getting vision, just to make sure that you don't get snowballed through in the early game. So it's a good pick, but by picking up that Popo and Koopa, they do let go of the Hayabusa, and we have to see if this actually comes and bites them in the back. So already securing the Esmeralda and the Lunox for their team. It's looking at like a really good Arrow of Effect team composition right now. But the main hero for Albert hasn't been seen yet. And there are 2 more bans instead of Rebellion. We'll have to see if they let through an assassin for him, or if they're going to spend the last 2 bans towards him. The Benedetta get picked up as well. And we've seen how the Benedetta can bring out a lot of lane pressure. But since RBG wants to go for more fights early on, I'm not sure if that's actually the pick for them. We see a head-to-head here between Albert and Gisa. Huge, overwhelming odds for Albert here. Higher GPM, higher average KDA, and 70% kill participation. Gisa holding his own in the kill participation, but falling short in the GPM and KDA. We'll see if he can actually go against the odds and show his prowess in this current game, Mirko.
Yeah, getting that Benedetta pick instantly with the Phoveus ban, 100% will ban it away after picking a hero like Benedetta, a hero that is very reliant on that mobility, on those dashes. RRQ Hoshi now with the second ban of the second banning phase. What will they choose here? I think it will be good if they go for, right now, perhaps a... yeah, I would say a mid laner ban here. Maybe a ban towards the Kagura, a ban towards the Farsa for Huba, a guy who is known to like whenever Rebellion Genflix wins, it is because Huba is carrying them, and surely enough, Farsa will be the ban coming in for the side of RRQ Hoshi to deny that hero from the hands of Huba with their dive composition looking hella mean right here, right? But Rebellion Genflix with their last ban. I think they might go and target Albert now. They got the Phoveus out of the way. Now the only thing that is still open is that jungle. So maybe the Roger ban to finally seal it off, or the Lancelot. Alright? Personally, I would prefer the Lancelot being banned here because I think Roger will have a hard time going against someone like a Hayabusa in the early game and also in the later stages of the game if they do go for 1v1s. But the Lancelot, on the other hand, so many invulnerable abilities, right? He can go, he's so mobile, firstly. Secondly, he can go invulnerable so many times with the Thorn Rose and also the Phantom Execution. But Nathan is actually the ban here. I don't think RRQ would have banned Nathan either way, you know? They already have two scaling heroes. I think that would be just... I don't think RRQ would go for another scaling hero. That would just be so risky. But okay, we will see the Nathan ban come through, and the Kagura, like I mentioned before. So 2 bans towards Huba, limiting his hero pool right now as we enter the second phase of the draft, Goni.
Second phase, your Rebellion Genflix, seeing their composition is such... they're lacking in range, and I don't see much options here for the side of Rebellion Genflix because of that ban towards Farsa and as well as Kagura. So Rashi, I want to hear inputs in just a bit. But yeah, I think that Nathan ban is also questionable, knowing of course Lancelot is still open. So I'm very sure RRQ Hoshi will pick up that Lancelot in their next pick here, Arashi.
They might go for something like a Lo Yi, but oh, it is Delilia. So interesting pick coming from the side of Rebellion. That we've seen it come in occasionally. It's a bit of a pocket pick in a sense. We'll have to see how effective it is against RRQ Hoshi though. I would find it hard to imagine that they are not prepared for this pick. Or if they really respected it, they probably would have banned it out in favor of the Farsa or the Kagura, but I think it won't be as effective as, again, a Farsa or a Kagura. But with 2 more slots here, I think RRQ Hoshi does require a bit of engage. If they want to go for some more AoE, some more engage, a Lapu Lapu is an option.
Oh!
They go for the Cho, and they take the Roger here. So Rebellion now stuck. They do have targets to assassinate if they do go for this early game dive composition. But we'll see what is the last pick. I would imagine they require, again, some kind of catch, some kind of lockdown to try and make sure that RRQ Hoshi doesn't just back away from them when they go for the engage. So, any thoughts here, Mirko?
Yeah, again, Cho, one of the comfort heroes for R7, going to be picked up there with the help of Roger as well from Albert. Now, Rebellion Genflix, they need to be very smart here in the draft. They need to pick up an XP or a gold laner going against Cho. I think going against the enemy team, Ruby would be a really good choice here, but no, they picked Kaja instead. And remember, Kaja just got nerfed in the last patch, alright? He got nerfed, so he doesn't really do well in the XP lane or the gold lane. He has a better laning phase, sure, more sustain in his kit with the adjustments, but less damage overall. So this Kaja will not be able to one-shot people like he did in the previous one, Arashi, and I don't think that is a good pick for the side of Rebellion Genflix. I will have to say, personally, I like RRQ Hoshi's draft much more in the first game of this series, but I want to know your opinions as well. Let's start with you, Gani. Who do you think has the better draft and why?
Yeah, looking for the drafts, I gotta be honest with you here. I'm leaning towards RRQs as well. They have more balance and of course they have range, they have burst damage, and as well as potential in the playmaking area here. Mirko.
Yep, okay. What about you, Rashi? But wait a minute. We'll hold that question as we're going to get straight into the land of Dawn. Welcome to RRQ Hoshi versus Rebellion Genflix here in the second match of the day. We are going to get straight in the first game. RRQ or Rebellion Genflix, put your predictions down below as well, guys, because Val and Ryuk have gone to the top side already, doing a lot of clearing here. And Val actually got his comfort pick in Grok. Now Vin's going to be the target. A lot of damage has been put through, but Val gets taken very low. Ryuk now using the Phantom Slash to go ahead and slice Vin open. And that's going to be first blood. Picked up Vin. Did not calculate the execute in his kit. And unfortunately for him, he will have to get taken down. And that is 200 gold in the pockets of Ryuk. As now there is another fight as Skylar goes in. Actually, wait a minute. I thought that this show would go to the hands of R7 and Skylar would be the one playing Esmeralda. But turns out I was wrong, Goni.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's a switch up. I think that is the twist as well. I think Rebellion Genflix read your mind, and of course, there's the twist from RRQ and from Achel. But we can see R7 already dealing much damage top side, and not just that, he takes him down as well. Miracle, wow.
Yeah, again, just RRQ Hoshi, R7, I told you, the micro plays coming from this team, just insane. Winning in the early game, using the Esmeralda, getting the pressure once again. Even though Ryuk got the initial kill, he was just way too greedy. He should have just recalled after that first kill, because he did just clear the wave, right? So he had time to go back to the wave with additional gold, with an additional item perhaps, Arashi, right there. But I do want to ask you once again, but I might have to wait here as R7 is going to get ganked. Ryuk is going to go in with the Phantom Slash. Jisa going in with the Quad Shadow, will pop the Shadow Kill, as that's a lot of damage being put. Another execute being used as Albert will try to rotate here, will try to match that aggression, but unfortunately our Rebellion are under the turret. So again, we got some downtime here before the turtle gets started. I do want to ask your opinions on the draft and why you think so.
I think our RRQ has the more balanced team composition, but if they want to go and capitalize on that early game playstyle, as we mentioned, Rebellion has the right idea. So I think they're both equal, but I'm leaning more towards the side of RRQ because they're used to this kind of early game aggression. They've gone against EVOS, against all these other teams. So I think that's the answer Mirkov playing out here.
Yeah, final blow being used to the backside, and actually the turtle has been stolen by Rebellion Genflix. RRQ Hoshi looking for a kill back in their favor. Skylar goes for the Jeet Kundo with the Dragon combo to the backside, and unfortunately it does connect onto Birul, and he'll be taken down now. Shadow kill has been used also by the side of Rebellion Genflix. Albert's going to be target. Vin will be taken down there as Clay is caught in the bad situation. No brills to the order, and that is going to be the second kill. The double kill picked up by Ryuk in the side of Rebellion Genflix. A 3-for-2 or 3-for-1 trade in that position, even getting the turtle. So this is what we said about RRQ Hoshi. They usually fall in the early game stages when, again, Hayabusa, very good counter towards the Roger. That's why I prefer the Lancelot, right? RRQ Hoshi, even with the early game, even without the early game lead, they still want to force those turtles. They still want to force these objectives. And that is the number one weakness, I think, from the side of RRQ that we've seen throughout MPL Season 8, Goni.
Indeed, and Rebellion Genflix with their control in the early game. I want to see their follow-up in the mid game. Hopefully, Rebellion Genflix for now, they could really have a grasp on this game because things are looking good for them here. Miracle 2k gold lead, almost 3, and of course they are they have the space and of course the control for it now. But I want to see the follow-up from both teams here, Miracle.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead for the side of Rebellion Genflix. Huba is going to be a target. The Popo and Koopa is going to be able to use that bite him, but Huba jumps back in with the black boots. But look at Val coming back in. That might be a mistake here, as it is a 1v3 situation that he's giving Conan, where the Dragon has been used to the backside, but that is against Val. He's going to get slain just like that with a shadow kill, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade at this point. Rebellion Genflix does have the slight edge right now, but Falling Star Moon actually gets the kill onto Val, finish him off. Ryuk now looking for the same thing, looking for the same results as he dives in with an eye for an eye, gets a kill, but Clay will fall as well. It's going to be a double kill picked up for this jungler, and Birul gets a nice kill with the Divine Judgment. It is going to be a trade, a favorable trade for the side of Rebellion, as R7 will be the only one standing, the last man standing here. Jisa looking for more, jumping in with the Quad Shadow all the way to R7, but unfortunately for him, not enough damage and no shadow kill, but it will be able to secure themselves a turtle here in the 4th minute, going to the 5th. Arashi, tell me, never mind. Goni, take it away, bro.
Okay, we can see here our Rebellion Genflix already committing towards turtle. Vin gets caught in the midst of it all. He goes down. Of course, R7 being solo is a target, but look at this. Albert did not manage to steal that one. Rebellion Genflix again winning that trade, Miracle.
Actually, Albert got that turtle, Gani. Albert was able to
oh my
reduce
God.
the retribution and
Whoa.
steal it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well played by RRQ. But again, Rebellion Genflix still have the 1,000 gold lead, and they are going to get a turret in the top side. So yes, a favorable trade for Rebellion, but RRQ actually managed to steal that. And wow, what a play here! Even in the clutch situations, Albert still has the. Oh my God! Wait a minute! There's action everywhere on the board. Divine Judgment to Skylar. Unfortunately for Rebellion, he is still able to run away. But this is a man advantage for Rebellion, going on to Vin, forcing him to flicker, trying to go for more right here. As Vin will be able to go away, but the final blow might say otherwise here. Trying to commit onto the tank right now with no follow up. I think that is a little bit too greedy for the side of Ryuk right now. I really want to get some downtime because I want Arashi to analyze some things that are happening. Will we get it though? I don't think so, because we're just gonna keep on fighting right here. Vin caught in a bad situation once again. Val looking for an engage, but Rebellion Genflix will just choose to clear the waves. It is RRQ Hoshi getting the turret in the top side though, Gani.
Yes, mirrored, of course, earlier from Rebellion Genflix. Both teams managed to secure turrets. Managed to secure one turret, two turrets, but we can see here Vin getting caught, shadow kill towards himself, but oh my God, from side, Clay gets taken down right now. Rebellion Genflix, they are still wanting more. They still want more, R7 being perhaps the next target, but of course, for now, Rebellion Genflix says the fight is enough.
Yeah, 1,500 gold lead, and finally we have some downtime for Arashi to analyze. 6 minutes in the game, Arashi. What are you able to deduct from this game so far?
So obviously the advantage in crowd control allows for more playmaking from Rebellion, and they have been using it to great effect. But they've been going for these less mobile heroes on the side of RRQ Hoshi, trying to make sure they get something in exchange, right? But the issue is, for the most part, that seems to always be Vin, and so they're kind of slightly baited, but almost unintentionally, by Vin to focus him instead of the other members. And I'm starting to think that RRQ is catching on, and they're using it to their advantage, and that's why RBG is starting to find less success. We've seen like 3 small skirmishes so far where they use all their skills, or the majority of them at least, towards Vin, and I don't think that's the right maneuver. But here the turtle is being contested, Miracle. What can you say?
Yeah, look at that. The turtle will be taken away by Rebellion Genflix. Albert was not able to get in the turtle pit in time right there. And so, Rebellion Genflix again just pushing the pace here in the mid game, using their early game advantage, but it is only a 1,000 gold lead as RRQ have been playing the cross map really well. Wait, this dragon to Ryuk, and there is no time for the eye for an eye. He finally uses it, but it's too late. As now Val looking for a re-engage all the way to Albert, still able to dodge away as Val was CC'd there by the bottom Koopa by Vin. Well played by RRQ Hoshi, knowing their limits, but he might be caught out now in this position as Huba dealing a lot of damage all the way to Vin, still able to run away. Birul looking for an engage onto R7, but he reads the situation very well. It is still Rebellion with a slight gold lead, but it's getting smaller and smaller. Like and pounds to the backside, almost gets Val, but he's still able to run away for now. Gone.
He is able to run away for now. RRQ still fighting, still struggling. They are still behind on gold, but I think they are quite comfortable with the current situation. Rebellion Genflix, once again, they are starting to lose their grasp and control as we take a look at the item right now, Arashi.
Yeah, I find it interesting that at this point, Rick already has a Dominus Ice, and this might come into this 1v2 here. Tries to make a play, Phantom final blow towards the back, tries to escape, and he's getting chased by Skylar, and finally gets taken out, but the fight's still going on, Mirko.
Yeah, the fight still goes on. Vin goes in very, very aggressively, but he's under turret. The Lycan Pounce will finally finish him off. And look at Albert, free hitting in the backside. What are they doing? Albert is getting everything. The shadow kill now finally being used, but Albert just did everything in that fight. Look at damage, it's not done yet. He's still diving under the turret. And Skylar will be there to support his friend, but oh my God, Jesus! He goes in and Albert shows the BM with the recall, getting the shutdown. And this is what we said earlier. Rebellion Genflix with the early game lead, they need to hold on to it. They need to use it to get the other objectives, because if they keep on going for team fights, RRQ Hoshi are the best mechanical team here in MPL Indonesia. They know their limits on every single hero. So if you go for a team fight, it is most likely you're gonna lose to them, alright? I don't get it. Why do they keep on going for team fights? RRQ Hoshi is so good at provoking their teammate, the enemy team, that every single time, even when they're behind, the enemy team just decides to go for fights here, Goni.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's just their way. And I don't know, Rebellion Genflix again, they need to find control once again because that side step from Albert is crazy. But look at this. Huba already giving a lot of damage, followed by Val, and he gets taken down. Vin is the only casualty, but RBG claims the mid turret in the process right now, though Albert targeting Val, of course. He is disciplined to back off, knowing the backup is there for their side. Mirko.
Yeah, again, even though RRQ Hoshi won the fight, it is Rebellion Genflix still on this Lord, but the Lord will be taken away by Rebellion Genflix. But once again, even though they got the Lord, they're gonna lose the team fight. Albert goes huge, like going in for the triple kill for the Maniac. He's looking for the Savage. Will he get it? The first Savage of MPL Season 8. He won't, as Drew will just fall back. But that is what I said, guys. RRQ, they don't care about the macro plays. They will simply out-micro you. They will simply out-skill you. And they will simply destroy you in the team fights. And that is exactly what they did. Oh my god, I'm so baffled right now, Gani.
Yeah. Dear Lord, right now RRQ wants this mid inhibitor. 2 members of our BG, 3 members are trying to defend. Way of Dragon towards Ryuk. He will go down right now. B-Roll is the next target as he is the next casualty right now. Look at this Falling Star Moon connects to 3 people, but look at the damage. Val will go down next right now. Jiza and of course Huba is
where's it going?
Go away. Members. Oh my god. Jiza managed to shut down Roger, but at what cost? He goes down as well as RRQ looks to claim game number 1 under minute number 12 here, Mirko.
What the heck happened that game? It seemed like there was so much action. I thought it was gonna go to the late game, but once again, they did. Oh, this is deja vu. Remember the first game in the MPL against GEEK FAM? Literally the same thing. GEEK FAM, back in the first time against RRQ Hoshi, they were able to get the Lord. They were able to get the early game macro and were able to get a significant lead against them. But RRQ just keeps on forcing these fights, keeps on forcing these the enemy team onto bad situations here, and they get the dub once again under the 12th minute. Very, very similar to the first game here in the MPL. And my god, this team looks unstoppable right now. Every single time, even against Evos yesterday, right? Similar story happened. Evos got the early dub. In the end, RRQ took it all away, Arashi.
Yep. I think it's gonna be a bit tough for me because the game was so swift and it was such a high pace. But honestly, this game, as you mentioned, RBG did have a lot of success in the early game. They did draft for it, and they did that maneuver where they actually cut the wave on the top side and were able to secure a first blood, knowing that it is in Esmeralda, that isn't as strong in the lane as the other, power pick heroes. But right after that, though, unfortunately, R7 was able to actually get a solo kill, and that turned things back around, kind of nullifying that initial early game advantage. But RRQ, uncharacteristically, I would say, actually pushes for a fight after losing the turtle, and it went slightly okay in a sense, but you can see that there's a difference in the amount of crowd control that each team has at their disposal, and RBG, knowing that they have more, are more willing to go for those fights, because there's one fight that went on for so long that Kaja was able to actually use, I believe he was able to use the ultimate twice and suppress twice in the whole fight. So there's a lot of crowd control, and that actually gets the edge a bit for RBG. Rebellion was just able to get more done in these fights just because they were able to lock down people, as well as the fact that they have more assassins as well. And Albert was still at a marksman, technically a fighter, but he still has to scale a bit. So after all of that, it looks like RRQ actually was in a bad spot, but then they stole the turtle. Even though they had an unfavorable trade, RBG got more kills, but Albert managed to steal the turtle, and you just start seeing that RBG, I don't know if that's part of their plan, but they just start grouping up all around the mid area of the map. Almost too much in my opinion. And so RRQ was just able to get more pressure on the side. Skylar and R7, I think total, were able to split push their way to get about 4 towers total from the side of RBG. So that's a bit costly in my opinion. But Ryuk, in the contrast to R7, actually goes and spends time with the team trying to use that damage from the beta data. Early on, he did have an okay score. He has a 4-1 score at one point. So he was getting stuff done. He was getting the damage out. He was getting the kills. But is it worth letting go the pressure on your towers? I really don't think so. I put a lot of emphasis on how important your pressure in the lane is, so I don't really agree with that maneuver. But as I mentioned earlier in the middle of the game, it does seem that after a while, RBG gets slightly baited to commit towards Vin of all people. There are other targets, but you see the other targets have some maneuver, some movement abilities, some dashes. So it really seems like the easiest target was Vin, but at the same time, Vin is tanky, and he is the tank. So even if it gets picked off, it's not really as costly towards RRQ compared to anyone else. And I saw at least in three different skirmish occasions where they actually try to commit and use quite a few amount of skills towards Vin. So I think in hindsight, if they look back at this replay at the game, they would think that's not the best maneuver to be doing either. So that was towards the mid game. But as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the side pressure eventually gets too much. You see that that RBG, although they still maintain a lot of pressure, a lot of control in the mid side of the map, the side lanes just start getting pushed off. They start losing turrets to split pushes, and sometimes huge chunks of tower HPs purely to minion waves. So I think that's a bit costly for them in the long run. They had control in the mid side, but with pressure on the sides, RRQ is just able to pressure them to split up a bit more and use that side pressure to get control of the jungle. So once people need to defend the side lanes, RRQ just starts sneaking into the jungle of RBG, try and get traps ready to take advantage of. And there was that one fight where RRQ got a pick in the top side, and as I mentioned yesterday in the game against EVOS, once they know they got a pick and maybe they haven't spent too much on getting that pick, they understand that there's a man advantage. And as Mirko and Goni mentioned multiple times again and again, they are a very competent team fight team. They really enjoy these team fights, these mechanical outplays. So once they know there's a man advantage, that's as far as it goes as far as strategically thinking. They see their opportunity and just dive straight towards the side of RBG. And even RBG, understanding they have a disadvantage, tried to pull back, but RRQ just went full aggressive on them all the way until they're below their mid tower. And there was a dive that came in, and Albert just came out huge in this game. I was mentioning earlier how the Benedetta from Ryuk actually rushed a Dominance Ice to deal with the Esmeralda from R7. But in the long run, I felt like that didn't really do much, especially with how he was playing. He doesn't really get to meet R7 a lot in that game earlier. He was always with his team, trying to be the difference in these team fights of the early game that RBG is trying to get. So I think itemizing, rushing the Dominance Ice is a bit of a mistake. But you have the man himself, Albert, here with the Windtalker, with the Endless Battle, with the War Axe as well, having huge amounts of impact, huge amount of movement speed coming in from there. So the War Axe is a great item to snowball off of, and he definitely did that. In the mid game, he was just able to take someone out with 4 hits plus the Lycan Punch, so that's huge amounts of damage. And R7, knowing that he, I guess, wasn't playing as a frontline in a sense, he went for a more damage-oriented build. He has a Calamity Reaver, which I guess proves very useful when he was pushing towards those towers. But Clay, with the Lunox, doesn't really stand out as much, but obviously the Club of Destiny and Lightning Trenchant combo is a threat to all the squishy members from Rebellion, considering that they only have 2 technically tanky members. And Vin rushing the Anticuras, it was quite critical in him surviving a lot of this early game pressure. And of course, Skylar itemizing a bit more aggressively with the Blade of Heptasis as well, but he was doing a lot of damage in the side lanes, and even if he wanted to build a Windtalker, I think that would have been also a good option for his side. But Birol on that Kaja, Mirko mentioned earlier how there were some changes. He got a bit more buff to his defensive stats in the early game, but they nerfed his magic damage scaling. So all these items are just less effective now, and he was doing less amounts of damage. In the early game, when the base damage is still the main focus, it was still quite okay, but in that late game, you see him not do as much. You don't see the same one-shot potential coming out from the Kaja that we saw from perhaps Drian in the previous days of the MPL. And Huba tried his best as well. He has the Ice Queens one for a bit more, I guess, utility to slow down the aggression from RRQ, because as you can see, once they get an advantage, once they get some tempo, right, from maybe a man advantage, an HP pool advantage even, they just go in, no breaks. So he tried to provide a bit more of utility, a bit more slow to try and limit that aggression, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Here we are with the post-game stats, and I think the tower damage is gonna be the big difference, and it is here. You can see an overwhelming difference from the side of RRQ. But the rich guy and the carry is Albert on that Roger. Very healthy amounts of farm, a huge amount of damage, and we saw him get that Maniac, almost a Savage. And on the other hand, Val is the sandbag from the side of Rebellion. He tried his best, tried to use that early game pressure as much as possible, but RRQ was just able to withstand it. That play early on was very unique, and I think maybe some teams would try and copy it. The two-man wave cut coming in from them right there. So that has a lot of potential in my opinion. But the damage dealt, again, when RRQ plays, generally, it's not really... When two teams of high caliber play, it doesn't always get shown from the damage dealt. It's just whether or not you can actually end up securing such said kill after doing so much damage, and then using those kills to actually push your advantage and go for the objectives afterwards. So the fights has a less of a focus in that sense. But that being said, Kuba was the guy with the most damage from his team. Jisa unfortunately had moments of where he actually tried to make big plays, and it really seems like it was going to work out, but in the end it really wasn't enough, and he starts falling back behind, and RRQ with the momentum, as we all know, pushes the pace insanely fast. MV feature presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is Albert on that Roger, 100% win rate, 844 gold per minute, 95% kill participation, 11, 2, and 8. And not to mention, again, that Maniac was insane. It wasn't even started off from like a misplay from the side of RBG. They just basically go full aggressive, and once they get a bit of trading going on under the tower, and RBG starts thinking, oh, okay, RQ is just gonna try and trade with us, but they won't dive, right? They just go all in, and you saw Albert just get, I guess he picked his time to go in very well, so he didn't really get focused, and he was able to just continuously hit again and again, get the Lycan punch going on, and the damage was huge. So RRQ there, after winning the fight, getting pick after pick, getting the snowball, pushing the pace, knowing they have the advantage in members, in pressure, in the control of the map. They just push RBG. Again, the silent pressure they ignored seemed to bite them in the back eventually, but RBG at that last fight, they're desperately trying to stop the push coming from RRQ, and they end up slightly funneling one by one into the members of RRQ. I think that was a bit of a mistake. They really could have let go of maybe the first inhibitor tower and then tried to mount an aggression after they have 5 men all the way back, because they did get wiped out technically, right? So going in one by one like that is never good, especially in the later stages of the game. Even though this is still considered early game, I think that was quite the mistake from RBG, but we'll have to see if they can turn this around, Mirko.
Yeah, the recurring mistake for Rebellion Genflix, it happened throughout that game, right? So many times Roger was just left to free hit. That is a huge mistake. This is not just any Roger, alright? It's Albert on this Roger. This guy, there's a reason people ban his Ling, and now people have a reason to ban his Roger as well. At this point, you should just ban the player, alright? I don't get it. So many times he was left to free hit. I was just so confused, right? He was, even before that play, the way they won the last team fight before that one was the same way. Roger was just not getting focused down. He was able to go to the backside. No one was targeting him, even when he was hitting the opponents. I don't know. Rebellion Genflix, they really need to put an emphasis on targeting this Roger, targeting Albert, alright? Because usually, when you take a look at RRQ Hoshi's losses, right? But first, we are going to take a look at the gaming house real quick first. But yes, to continue my point, all the wins against RRQ Hoshi, the way ONIC did it, how did they do it? They banned away all of the heroes from Albert, alright? They forced Albert to use something that he isn't comfortable with on the Claude, right? On maybe even the Granger, perhaps, where sure, it is still one of his good picks, but it isn't a Lancelot, it isn't his Ling, it isn't his Roger, definitely. And you need to keep on doing that, because if you let him play his comfort heroes, like we saw yesterday against EVO's Legends, against GEEK FAM, he's just gonna keep on snowballing right here, Goni.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm interested to see here the approach from RRQ as well as Rebellion Genflix as we enter the draft for game number 2, Mirko. RRQ again being the first pick. Banning Harley and as well as Xborg. Meanwhile, Rebellion Genflix still the same approach. Matilda and Ling will be opted out of game number 2 here, Arashi. Now, again, RRQ played a very, very well game in game number 1. So I want to see the follow-up. I want to see Could they basically take that momentum in game number 2, or could Rebellion Genflix fix their mistakes immediately ASAP in game number 2 and push maybe the series to a third game? Arashi, now talking about the first phase again, once again, any thoughts, any inputs here? What is our RRQ Hoshi wanting to take in their first pick?
I think they're gonna try and draft conservatively as well by trying to just curb their aggression. We saw how the Rebellion is very capable of actually pressuring them in the early game. It's just a matter of the execution when it comes to that mid game. As Mirko mentioned, there's been plenty of situations where Albert was left to hit freely, even though they actually drafted some crowd control that can lock down Albert if needed. So I think strat wise, even if they go with the same draft, they still have the chance. They both have the chance to actually come on top in a similar game. But RRQ showing a difference here, picking up the Jawhead. We're not sure if that will mean they're gonna go for a bit more of an aggressive play, or if that will mean that they're just trying to get that because it's denied from Rebellion, as well as use it maybe in a defensive manner. Jawhead is still very capable of protecting his allies if need be. Not ideal, but it's still possible. But the first 2 picks from Rebellion here will be very telling on what strat they're intending to use for the next game, Mirko.
Absolutely, right here. It is going to be a huge question because RRQ Hoshi, they have secured themselves a Jawhead pick. And Rebellion Genflix, what will they answer with? I think it's going to be the Popo and Koopa. Also, the Lunox coming in. And no, they actually choose to pick the Esmeralda and the Lunox. So picking the Lunox, the counter for Esmeralda, and also picking up that Esmeralda. Not banning out the Fovea, so instantly picking the Esmeralda, smart choice. Basically, just telling RRQ Hoshi, you want to pick the Foveas? Go ahead, buddy. We already have the counter. We are already basically predicting your pick here as RRQ Hoshi now with their picks as well. For Rebellion Genflix now, I think I want to see Clay play Farsa. Honestly, I want to see Clay play
Farsa and Benedetta perhaps.
Maybe so. But they have to be careful. If they do pick something like the Benedetta, Rebellion Genflix can choose to go for that Foveas as well. It is still open. And look at that, Coach Achil telling him to go. Did you see that? Did you read his lips? He said Gus, okay? He told Albert, go ahead. Go for that pick. And that is exactly what they're going to go for, as well as the Eudora for the side of Clay right now. Rebellion Genflix will have to answer with some. I think Foveas will be a good pick here, especially against Lancelot, person who likes to dash a lot. Will be a good pick, but we'll have to see because there is a lot of lockdown potential from the side of RRQ as well that can basically CC lock this Foveas if he does come into this game gun.
Indeed, I'm seeing the mental games already started. RRQ picking early game compositions, knowing that Rebellion Genflix picking up that Lunox and Esmeralda. It is heading towards the late game, so I think RRQ just said, nah, let's just end it quick, and of course, really commit in the composition here for the early game, Arashi.
I'm not sure if this Roger pick is the way to go. I mean, he's still aggressive in the early game, but they have less tools right now. They already have a Lunox and an Esmeralda. It's a bit less ideal for them to actually go for something aggressive. So now that with the Roger, we have to see what the last 2 picks are. It's still hidden from us. Here is a head-to-head between R7 and Ryuk, and R7 seems to be the overwhelming victor. But he is R7. This is a man notorious for his skill. So it's still on Ryuk to try and prove himself against such a strong opposition. But RRQ Hoshi, sensing the possibility of a Grok, bans it. And Rebellion banning away the Benedetta is a bit of an interesting play, I would say, because I actually thought that now that they have the Esmeralda and they actually can deny that Povius from the side of RRQ, I thought that they might just pick up the Benedetta because in the previous game, at least in the beginning, the Benedetta was actually doing pretty okay against RRQ, 4-1 with an item advantage. So I thought they were going to go for that, but they didn't. So this last two bans, I think Rebellion will try and curb some of the long range from RRQ because they don't have a mage yet, and a proper mage can be quite troublesome. Farsa is still open, Kagura is still open. There's a lot of options here, which is a bit difficult. But they go and ban the Cho instead, Mirko.
Yeah, the Cho, again, it is a flex pick for RRQ Hoshi. They can put it on the hands of R7. They can put it on the hands of Skylar as well. So a lot of crazy picks that can be put into the hands of RRQ Hoshi, but they will ban away the Smartest as the final ban. They don't want to meet someone that can put in that much pressure again. So it is still going to be Rebellion Genflix with the first pick here for the second phase of the draft. Let's see what they go for. Predictions. I think.
I don't know. mpl-en Koopa is the only option for Roamer here for the side of Rebellion Genflix if they do want to pick it up first. But I think for the first pick in the second phase, here, Rebellion Genflix could just opt it more of another XP laner perhaps here, Mirko. Like Lapu Lapu maybe. Oh, but Barretts.
Barretts will come through. Okay, Rebellion Genflix taking on the Barretts here as RRQ Hoshi with the response. Should be both the XP and gold laners, right? I think if you go against someone like the Esmeralda here, let me think. If they want to go for, I think the Farsa and the gold lane can work for them. Honestly, if they really want to go for that, to try to also burst him down, right? With the Eudora, because if we get to the late game, if we get to the late stage of the game, Farsa. Eudora won't be able to keep on one shot her, right? When she gets to the point where she has an Oracle, when she has maybe even Athena, it is going to be very hard for this Eudora. So the final two picks will most likely be Ruby, maybe from the side of Sky, from the side of R7, and that's Alice. Alice and Tamis.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But okay, for you, Arashi, final pick. Give me your predictions and why.
It might just be the mpl-en Koopa, because I figured that, you know, yesterday the RRQ Hoshi also played like a pick style composition, and the solution for that was a Kagura, right, to try and like open bushes up, and that actually made a huge impact in the situation. Now I think like when RRQ Hoshi banned the Martis, they're trying to deny that front line with control. Yeah, so I think they're trying to deny the anti-CC from the Martis because they don't want a person that's able to just like take the full brunt of their pick composition and survive it. So I think that's why. And now they took the Hylas for, I guess, a bit more tankiness and, you know, a bit more frontline potential. But I fear for them because this pick composition coming in from the side of RRQ looks very scary. It's in the hands of very capable players, Mirko.
Yeah, alright. So what is your vote here for the composition, Sarashi, as we take a look at it? Is it RRQ or is it Rebellion?
I think it's RRQ, man. They're very good at that pick style composition, and they have so many tools right now. And the issue is that I don't see a lot of solutions coming from the pick from the side of RBG. So I think this is gonna be a very fast one. I'm not sure, Gani. What do you think?
Indeed, but let's jump into game number 2. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Rebellion Genflix and RRQ. Mirko, I want to hear your thoughts on the composition yourself.
Yeah, okay. For me personally as well. Oh my God, there's almost a little bit of stutters right there. As I agree with Arashi. I agree. With
Whoa.
Here. As, yeah, RRQ has the upper edge, I think, in terms of the draft. Right, they have the early game advantage with the Jawhead and this Eudora. It's going to be very hard for Rebellion Genflix, especially with Lunox in the mid lane. Clay will have a field day here with the help of Lancelot, Eudora, Lancelot, Jawhead. That is a scary trio mid, all right? Especially with R7 on this Tamis. He's just going to be able to cut waves in like the first 3 minutes of the game without any problem. And again, Jisa coming in, trying to use that retribution, but it's Albert taking it, and already a slight lead here for the side of RRQ Hoshi gun.
Indeed, right now though, I think with the pressure, with the early game pressure here, RRQ with the flicker already towards Hylos, committing to this Hylos right now, as Hylos still standing strong even without using a spell, wasting a spell right here, right now, Mirko.
Absolutely, Rebellion Genflix now already trying to push the pace, but again, it is still them losing out in the early game. But Skylar actually goes very, very aggressively onto B-roll right here, gets the level lead, and he'll actually keep on pushing in. I was about to say, Alice will lose against Esmeralda, but Skylar is winning. Skylar's okay, doing very, very well here against this Esmeralda pick. So again, this is just not looking good for Rebellion Genflix. With their picks, they're not able to do anything. And oh my God, already forcing a flicker there in the top side, and a Thorn Rose coming in to get the first blood. That is the problem with Lunox played in the mid lane. That is why we see a lot of Lunox's play in the gold lane more often now than in the mid, because it's just so hard to play in the mid lane, especially with the current meta, basically the dive meta, right? Lunox needs to scale. If he doesn't scale, she's basically useless, right? If the game doesn't go to the late stages, she's useless. But if you put her on the gold lane, the gold side, she will have a much easier time and a much faster time getting to those item power spikes here, Gani.
Indeed, as Turtle already spawned, but look at this. Skylar needs to escape from this tax of Esmeralda bot side. Right now, though, both teams haven't really committed to this Turtle, but Val and Ryuk is already claiming that Turtle area, Turtle River right now, as Jisa will, of course, continue to give damage. But I think right now RRQ wants to clear mid side first, as Lunox is forced to use that Order of Brilliance just to escape here, Mirko.
Yeah, as you can see, RRQ Hoshi getting the mid lane prior here before going in. Vengeance has been popped by Val. The Thorn Rose comes in, but it is also still a Vengeance. There's a lot of damage coming in, but it is going to be traded back. Albert now looking for a kill as Jisa gets the Lycan pounce onto Vin. They're looking for a double kill here as he jumps onto R7 as that is welcome. Will not connect, and Albert is able to use that Thorn Rose perfectly to dodge away from that death to this welcome. Now putting his focus onto the Turtle, going for the Retribution, and unfortunately for Rebellion Genflix, Turtle will be slain without the help of that Retribution. And on the other side, it looks like Skylar was able to join in the team fight with the help of Clay to take Huba down for the second time in this game, Arashi.
The RRQ is playing a lot more objective oriented. I'm starting to question whether it's the deny on that purple buff coming from Vin, but they're engaging on it, Goni.
Yes, Falling Stormwind has connected to two peoples right now. Clay is going down. Vin could be next. Is looking solo, but with that ejector, actually, Alice managed to take down Roger, and of course, Val will secure that double kill. Things are not looking good for the side of Rebellion Genflix for that trade here, Miracle. But yes, Arashi, please do continue on your analysis.
Ooh. Okay, so another dive is going out here. Flying Star Moon by Viral actually does damage. Exactly, Skylar's still trying to block 1v2. He's gonna outplay the minions. Huba tries his best with the Brilliance of the Order and he's gonna take out. Finally, Skylar falls after a lot of effort from the side of Rebellion. My gosh, guys, it's not over, Goni!
It's not over indeed, as ejector towards Silos right now. Stunned and will go down as he uses his ult, but did not manage to really run escape that way. Right now, Ryuk forces to use the flicker to escape once again. Miracle.
Yeah, again, what the heck just happened there? Skylar was able to outplay. We get another fight in the top side. Like, RRQ Hoshi games, man, they're just a blast to cast here. They're just going to keep on going and fighting. Jisoo looking for trades in the bottom side of the map as Skylar will get the minions. Look at that, Albert taking away the orange buff and every single minion in that top side. 2-level lead onto Jisoo as now he looks towards Ryuk in the bot side. Skylar in the 1v3. Will he be able to get it again? He's going to go in. Unfortunately for him, Huba stays alive, but they will be able to get a trade on the top side. It is a 1-for-1. The tank for the gold laner, and this will be the turrets falling down on the cross map as well. But RRQ Hoshi, with the turret, they will also get the turtle here in the 5th minute. My goodness, Goni.
My goodness indeed, as of course right now Rebellion Genflix still trying to find compensation after that trade. Right now, Arashi, I want to ask you, what could RRQ do? What could RBG do in your own opinion? But right now, hold on, B-Roll trying to open a fight. Hylos has to open his ult right now, stunned, gets stunned, but no follow-up damage just yet. And I think both teams disengage for a team fight right now.
Will they disengage though? Vin again looking for something on the map, and finally we have some. Am I gonna jinx myself, Val? Already opening up the map, and they're gonna go in again! It's gonna be Val targeted, the Vengeance comes in as well, but the Thorn Rose will be able to finish him up. Jisoo looking for a straight back kill, gonna go in with the Lycan Pounce, will be able to get that as look at Albert! Goes in for the pattern execution on 2!
My God!
And Albert showing this game, showing Rebellion how it's done, looking for more, and Skylar will surely finish him off. The Brilliance of the Order will come through, and it will just be a 4-for-1 trade. But oh, wait a minute. Stop. Just stop, Albert. Just stop, alright? Arashi, take it away, man.
Yeah, so they're playing very objective-oriented. I think that's because they understand that they are an early game composition. Albert has been playing very well, and Skylar is making a great, he's doing very well in actually pressuring his lane, as well as coming back into these fights whenever he's necessary. He has a Clock of Destiny and the Enchanted Talisman as well right now, so there's a lot of things he can do right here. Beto tries his best, but he's a bit behind on the items, so he can't really match the pressure coming in from Skylar, allowing him to roam a lot faster. On the other hand, Vin, itemizing defensively, but he ends up being a bit squishy just because he's been picked off 3 times due to his actual aggression, playing it super aggressive, as well as Clay now having the Genius one to try and deal with the tankiness of Val on that high loss. So a bit less burst, but more damage to the tanks, and here we go, Miracle!
Absolutely, look at that. It's going to be Birul falling first in this fight right here. Rebellion Genflix looking for something as Vin goes in for the backside. It's going to be Skylar joining him very, very soon. Val pops up the vengeance. Lycan Pounce has been used, but it's not going to be able to do enough. Albert looking for the kill, but the Thorn Rose will not be able to get a kill. Forced to use the Phantom Executions to back away. And it is Rebellion Genflix getting actually a little bit of a chunk, but it is the RRQ winning in this trade. Jisa caught in the bad situation as R7 jumps in, looking to pop that vengeance, getting the kill onto Jisa in a 1v2 as Vin joins in. The ejector will be enough to get Ryuk's Flicker right there as Birul tries to go for the Feather Airstrike. And once R7 keeps on going, the double kill killing spree coming in. He finally gets taken down by Huba. But what the heck is going on? 8 minutes has passed in the game, but it feels so fast right here. RRQ. Usually, when we talk about MPL games, right, we see very little kills on the board. We see a lot of objectives. When you see RRQ, you see crazy kills everywhere on the map right here, Ekon.
Oh, this game is just so action-packed right now. RRQ claiming 14 kills, Rebellion Genflix claiming 7, but yeah, both teams are rolling basically team fights after team fights, and of course objectives after objectives as of right now. Again, another team fight is looking to pop off once again, but I think for now they need to be careful, especially Rebellion Genflix.
Oh, Albert Fischer.
Oh, am I wrong? Well, gets stunned right now, and he will go down, not just yet. Oh, there you go. Godlike secured by Albert. Albert still one more. Skylar entering the fight. 1-2 versus everybody. Albert slow. He gets it down right now, but Samus are 7 and everybody's going crazy right now. Skylar entered the back line. Ryuk could become the next target, but I think for now, both teams disengaging here, Miracle.
No, not disengaging, Gandhi. Going for the dive here as R7 will surely pick that kill off. 18 kills to 8. 5,000 gold lead in the 9th minute. RRQ are looking to end this game before the 12th minute once again. What is happening right now? Skylar will be able to steal the purple buff once again for the side of Rebellion. Val, will you be able to do it? No, you won't. As now we take a look at the damage taken. It is just 3 Rebellion Genflix members right there becoming the sandbag in this game. It is just crazy. 18 kills in 9 minutes from one team, guys. All right, usually we see that from 2 teams. My God, Arashi, tell me what you think about that team fight. How is it that RRQ are always able to find the good team fights, even with Albert getting taken down there in the early stages?
So right. Oh, never mind, Mirko. Let's go.
Yeah, Phantom Execution to the backside. Birul's gonna be the target. He's gonna get taken down instantly. The killing spree has been secured by Skylar. And R7 again, a 1v3 as the Detonus welcome comes in. Skylar will go in as well. Flickers to the backside, trying to deal damage. The Vengeance has been popped. It is going to be Val, the target. He will pop the Vengeance for his own, but the Phantom Execution will surely finish him off. And RRQ are diving inside of the base. They literally don't want the casters to stop talking right here. They keep on going and going. The analysts have no chance to talk in the games of RRQ Hoshi, and Rebellion somehow managed to get a trade, but he's gonna get chased, and no, he gets spotted in the bush. Albert will go in with random execution, looking for the Thorn Rose, and he will surely fall again. 21 to 8 kills in the 10th minute with 7,000 gold lead in their favor. What can they do right now, Rebellion? For what can they do as we take a look at the items as well, Rush?
They need to try and turtle, I guess, but once they turtle, they still get dove on by the members of RRQ, so they need to try and get a pick of some sorts. They have a very limited crowd control. They need to land it onto the members that actually matter. Early on, they managed to take out Albert because the Daytona's welcome actually landed on him. So they need to make sure something big lands on the core members, for the most part Albert, because if they go on Skylar, who is also huge in this game right now, and R7, they're just too tanky to deal with right now. So the only opportunity they have is to go and get picks onto Skylar or Clay, but obviously easier said than done. Vin is so oppressive right now on the jawhead, not letting any members from RBG have any free space and any sign of you being away from safety. He just goes in, and it seems like he's gonna try again right now, Goni.
Oh, indeed, right now Ejector hasn't really connected, but I think Rebellion Genflix needs to be careful because RRQ is just too good at coordinating team fights and as well as executing game plan here, Mirko. Oh my God, I'm so speechless as of right now.
yeah, again, RRQ Hoshi with the 8,000 gold lead, about to be a 9,000 gold lead as they get the orange buff, going in for some damage onto Ryuk. R7 he's just playing his own game, right? He's living in his own world right now. But 3 minion waves will be pushing into the base. Rebellion Genflix will not have any answer for this. At this pace, they're just gonna keep on going in. Skylar jumps in under the turret. Rebellion Genflix catches on and will go back. Bin goes in for an aggressive play in front. He's gonna get taken down instantly. This might be a mistake for RRQ. We've seen it happen before. Albert goes in with a puncture, trying to deal more damage as the Lord will be there in the middle, trying to do more. I thought at that pace that RRQ Hoshi will be able to get the win, but RBG playing it very, very well right now, doing a lot to defend the base, but one inhibitor turret has been taken down, pushing RRQ Hoshi to a 9,000 gold lead. As now we finally get some moments of, again, you know, I call it, and there's just something that happens, alright? Valve going in with a glorious pathway, Rebellion Genflix with a great opening right here, going in onto Clay, who doesn't have a lot of mobility, but Skylar is ready to back him up. Albert looking for a backside, who is going to target? The order will be used to get away from that situation. Skylar goes in as well in the backside, using the flicker to get more damage. Now, Albert trying to go for more kills. Clay will pick up that one as R7 in the midst of everything. Pops the Vengeance will be taken down, and RRQ will get themselves a 2-for-1 trade in this moment. RRQ looking to go for the inhibitor turrets right now with the Thorn Rose being used onto the minions. A Rebellion Genflix still able to defend, as now there will be another minion wave coming in. It seems RRQ Hoshi will just back off for now. Goni.
Yes, indeed. RRQ still maintaining pressure as they target this mid inhibitor right now. 3 men are defending this mid inhibitor, but I'm sure it will fall. But of course, right now, they need to be careful as Val is there to basically back his teammate. Clay becomes the target. Will he go down? There you go. The first kill has gone down for the side of Rebellion Genflix, but right now I think Lancelot is the target. Jisa, where are you going? He will go down as Lancelot is there to take him down. Ryuk becomes the next possible target, but Barrett's using the flicker to escape right now. Damage. Double kill has been secured right now. Val looking low. He will go down. Maniac. Of course, Barrett will go down. Maniac. 7-7. There you go. The first Savage in MPL Season 8 with Albert Miracle.
You're telling me this man got the first Maniac and the first Savage in one match? What is going on? Albert is just styling on everyone, getting the first Savage, and I have to say that Savage was anticlimactic. We didn't even think that was gonna happen, but you know, RRQ, the whole team giving him that, and look at the hugs coming in for Albert. Look at the smiles from their team. They're just so happy that they were able to get that game. Again, below 12. I mean, at the 12th minute right there. I'm just so baffled at this point, right? That was just such a clean game from the side of RRQ. Not in terms of objectives, because they're never clean at that point. They're just so good at looking for the team fights. They're just so good at looking for the opportunities and provoking the enemy team to get the favorable trades right there, Arashi. So just take it away. Tell me what happened, because I want to know.
I actually slightly disagree in a sense that it seems like they actually understand that, you know, when you're actually going with a very early game team composition, sometimes the objective are actually the kills itself. You know, the objective is to snowball. So in that sense, it starts looking and feeling like RQ playing aggressive like this is actually more objective oriented. But since the beginning, RQ goes for the pick comp, and there's no info finder. There's no way to scout, a reliable way to scout from the side of RBG. We saw this being an issue on the previous match. I believe it was the match with Evos, where they have a Matilda, which is great, but without any scouting, they end up having to use the Ling as a scouting tool. Same situation here, but there was no answer, as in like a Kagura, a Popo, and Koopa to try and get some info, get some protection from this aggression and this jungle control coming in from the side of RRQ. So I honestly think that Hyla's pick is a bit questionable. Yes, he's tanky, and with that Vengeance, he can stay, you know, he survived a lot of early picks, but it's just only a matter of time. Once you get actually engaged on and you lose half your HP pool, you're no longer relevant in that situation anymore. So you're as good as dead, in a sense. Which is why some people put a lot of emphasis on the kills, but taking them out of the situation is already more than enough for them to secure objectives. And we saw RRQ, in contrast to the first game, actually play a lot more for the turtles and a lot of these towers that they take, probably with the idea that they're gonna win fights with it though. So still a very RRQ, it's a signature play from RRQ playing for team fights, but at the same time, they actually at least from what I can see, are playing a lot more objective oriented. Maybe that's just the difference when they play for the late game compared to when they're playing for the early game. So, and early on, the story is always Vin. Vin has always been a very reliable engager, and the previous match against Evos, he's also shown to know exactly what his chances are and know when exactly his engages are going to be for getting full value for his team. So he plays very aggressively, but at some points he does go a bit too aggressive. There were 2 or 3 situations where he went very aggressive, and he gets punished for it as well. But in the situation with the tempo and the pace that RRQ Hoshi is pushing, there really isn't, not much that Rebellion can do to turn it around. What's interesting as well is that the Eudora Clay from the side of RRQ Hoshi did not go for a lightning truncheon, so less burst, but instantly straight for the penetration. Probably, considering the fact that they have 2 frontliners in Hylas and the Barretts, he wants to be able to do a decent amount of damage, and in those big team fights where everything's clumped up, his ulti can do quite the huge value, right, with the repetitive strikes and the AoE aspect of his kit. So a very smart itemization choice. Ryuk, on the other hand, on the Barretts, actually I thought built the Sky Garden helmet quite late. But on the flip side, his team is struggling a bit, so there's not much of an option for him at that point. Huba actually went for a Genius one a bit earlier than the Lightning Truncheon as well. So there seems to be a trend. He also understands that there's a proper front line, 2 people from the side of RRQ Hoshi. So that was smart by them. But Albert, full item slots with the War Axe, Endless Battle, Blade of Despair, the Wind Talker as well. So he was doing a lot of damage. And if the fight gets to the point where no one actually has, he already dodged most of the big teamfight spells, like the Daytona's Welcome, for example, like the stun from the Hylos. He really can just stay there and just beat people up with just brute force it. And you can see Skylar as well being, having a very healthy amount of income here. Full build, I think quite early on, he was having a lot of success. They were trying to make plays, Rebellion was trying to make plays to try and deny Skylar and shut down his early game to prevent his late game impact, but he was able to actually find success, and he was actually towards that mid game. A lot of these fights were carried off the back of Skylar. Mirko mentioned how at one fight Albert got picked off, he got stunned, and he almost escaped, by the way, almost made a great escape, but he eventually did get picked off. Skylar was the one who actually went in and was able to provide the amount of damage needed for them to actually take that fight, regardless of whether or not Albert made it out of it alive. So it's that aside, everyone else, items are quite standard, nothing too remarkable to speak of. It was just such a fast game that there's not a lot of choices from both sides even. But the rich guy and the carry is gonna be Albert. Again, I feel like he doesn't farm as much in this game because it's always a teamfight, pick focus situation, but he's been farming the heroes very reliably, and he did a lot of damage in those fights. And you can just see the mechanics, the timing, the experience, knowing what to dodge, when to dodge, knowing the full limits of his hero, using it to its full potential. Close behind in the damage charts is Skylar, though, as I mentioned, very reliable second-hand damage dealer. And Sandbag is Val from the side of RBG. With the pick composition, usually the tank is the one getting sacrificed. That is the role he picked. That is why they picked the Hylas, and it worked in that sense. And the forgotten one is Clay. Clearly his utility setting up a lot of the success comes off the back of the utility. Crowd control, very important, guys, especially in a pick composition. A big factor in how successful RRQ Hoshi was is that they have a multitude of different crowd controls. They have the Jawhead providing an overwhelming amount already. They have Clay with that instant stun. They can spread even. And they have Skylar with the Immobilize, and towards the end, he was also there in the back line, flickering towards the back line, getting the Immobilizes to multiple people. So again, crowd control wins games, especially if you need to pick, if you want to pick composition, guys. But the MVP right here is presented by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is Albert with the 100% win rate, 926 gold per minute, 79% kill participation, and 15-1-7. An overwhelming presence in this current game. He was just such a threat, and they just had no solution. That's why I figured they would want a bit more crowd control, but that didn't go through for RBG. So He was making an insane play. As I mentioned, he almost made a great escape. Skylar as well. They actually have so much side lane presence as well. Skylar and R7 both doing insane amounts of work on their own. Skylar even pulling off the 1v2 on that bot side outplay. So with this side lane pressure, a pick comp mid lane like the Jawhead, Eudora, and Lancelot combo just have so much free reign, so much space to try and explore and make plays because everyone else is busy dealing with the side lanes. So it really seems that RRQ has this very side lane orientated strategies, and maybe this is something that teams might want to explore as perhaps a potential solution. You know, try and shut down the side lanes first before you can actually shut down the mid laners as well. Of course, at the end, RRQ very smartly again, actually, you know, setting up with the Lord, and we can see here in the highlights coming up, presented by Livin by Mandiri, is the first game here where we saw RBG playing aggressive, but here is that dive in the bottom, and you can see Albert just constantly just hitting again, like and pounds, continuously hitting, getting more kills, and you know, there's just, he just has so much space to make plays of. And here that the trend continues, and this is that play where he has the Maniac goes in super deep, and he almost gets the Savage in that first game already, but Ryuk just wants to deny that from him. And you know, the ball keeps on rolling, RRQ keeps pressuring, and again, so much aggression, so much damage coming through, and eventually they pick up the win in quite the dominant fashion, I would say. They still played very smart though. You can tell from how they actually used the Lord to its full potential, even in the second game coming up right now. Here, early on, there were just so much fights coming in, and early on it was still pretty okay because it's just base damage, right? But the more they start snowballing, you see Albert picking up 2 more kills here. The more he just picks up extra kills, the more he starts scaling with more items. It just gets, the fights get even further and further from being even. And right here is that insane play. He almost makes the great escape. He gets shot down, but you can see the damage coming from Skylar, just melting everyone down slowly but surely. And there was just too many issues for RBG to deal with. And right here, after that big play that got punished, when Vin overextends being too aggressive, RBG regrouped, played patient, understood that they were a man down. They actually, you know, play patiently, regroup, wait for Vin to come back, and they let him actually play. You know, they play with their original game plan. They let Vin execute the plays first, and they get that clean play. And Albert picks up that Savage, which is insane. We really just I really felt that RBG, once they get like a pick maybe onto Vin, they might want to push the advantage a little bit, because 5v5 they don't win, 5v4 they have a chance. That's when they should try and, you know, push the tempo a bit, because it's exactly what RRQ does. Whenever they get one pick, they just go for more. I think RBG had a opportunity to try and do that as well, but maybe they'll learn from this experience and do it next time. But that was an insane game, guys. Tell me your thoughts.
No thoughts. RRQ just showed us why they won against Evo's Legends yesterday. They are truly back. The Kings are back. I have no words, honestly. That was such a good performance, honestly, by Albert, by their entire team, not just by Albert. You saw a lot of crazy plays from R7. You saw a lot of crazy plays from Skylar, from Clay, even from Vin coming in with a Jawhead pick. Honestly, just no words. That was so well played by RRQ Hoshi. I am so hyped to see their games in the future, because this is crazy. This is crazy. We didn't even have time to talk. Arashi didn't have time to talk as the analyst back in that game. So many crazy moments. So many. The time when we were gonna give it to him, instantly they're like, nope. We don't want to let the analyst talk. We want to take the game. We want the casters to keep on casting. And yeah, that's my take on the game. But what are yours, Goni?
Yeah, I mean, both games were crazy, but RRQ showing their class and showing why they are the contenders to win it all in Season 8, and of course, class performance and Rebellion Genflix back to their drawing boards. Of course, haven't got a win. So hopefully, maybe by next week, first half is about to end. Hopefully, they could squeeze a W even.
Yeah, hopefully they are able to do that in the next week, because the next week, the 4th week, it is the final week of the first phase of there's the regular season here. If they're not able to get that, it is going to be even tougher and tougher after the next few weeks, right? Week 5 until 8, it is going to be basically who gets the top spot. But all the other teams have picked up wins. They are going to be in a tough spot if they don't get a win. They might even just get eliminated instantly by the 6th week if they haven't gotten a single win there, right? Again, just a stellar performance from all of the teams who competed today. I have no words, honestly, but let's just take a look at the recap right now. Today's schedule, let's see it. Let's see what happened in today's crazy match, right? It felt so quick because there was so much action, right? It's honestly crazy. Not just the first game, the second game as well. The second game especially. Indeed. All right? Imagine this. Savage. The first Maniac and the first Savage in MPL Season 8. Am I right? That is the first Maniac, right? Before this, we could have gotten triple kill by Saber. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
But alright, let's take a look at today's schedule. Let's take a look at the recap. Let's see it, Gani. Tell me what's up. What happened today?
Okay, we see first match, ONIC dominated GEEK FAM, and GEEK FAM needs to suffer another L in the previous in the first match, but right in the second match, RRQ showing the follow-up after yesterday's El Clasico that they still want to win, dominating Rebellion Genflix 2-0 here, Mirko. Wow, what a fast day indeed.
Yeah, what a fast game and a fast day indeed. 2-0 both of the matches, and especially RRQ's. I think the total match time wasn't even 30 minutes for RRQ right there, as they are going to take the position again, securing that second place, even though ONIC Esports climbed their way with a win against GEEK FAM earlier. RRQ will simply just take back their spot. With one more game than ONIC though, a lot of chance for ONIC to catch up to that second place position, and I want to see the rematch of the Royal Derby. The new RRQ Hoshi, the new form of RRQ Hoshi taking on ONIC Esports here. Going to be very interesting, but that is the results. Oh, that is the standings after the results of today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, RRQ Hoshi coming up top, with also ONIC Esports following in a close third with EVO's Legends and Aura Fire, then followed by Bigatron Alpha. And the two teams that we started today that hasn't gotten a win in this week are going to stay like that, 1-4 and 0-6. But now let's take a look at the MVP standings, because I think Albert will be.
It's Albert.
Yeah. Okay. Albert just skyrocketing up there. Honestly, Boots has to be mad right now, right? With the game, he's like, okay, there's no way Albert can get 2 MVPs in a row, right? There's just no way. And Albert just Maniac and Savage, he's just, oh my god, he's at this point, he's trying to do it despite Boots. All right, tell me what's up here, Rashi. How did Albert get up there? All right, what did he do in the last 2 games?
What did he do? What didn't he do? He was making the plays, he was doing the damage, he was being slick, he was escaping and going in. But this is the schedule for next week, guys. Take it away, Mirko.
Yeah, alright, for Friday, we have Aura Fire taking on GEEK FAM and ONIC versus Bigatron Gani. That is our match right there. But on Saturday, tell me what's up, Gani?
There is GEEK FAM versus Bigatron for the first match, and of course, followed by Aura taking on RRQ. And to close out Saturdays, for Saturday, we have EVOS versus Alter Ego. Crazy game indeed. And Sunday, we have Rebellion Genflix taking on EVOS, and Alter Ego taking on ONIC will take on ONIC. Mirko.
Absolutely. Alter Ego and EVO's Legends will play twice, as well as Bigatron Alpha next week. So very interested to see the development of all these people. But again, this is the MVP standings, ladies and gentlemen. And we're gonna come back to the casters here. This is us. All right.
All G.
All good. That was crazy, guys. Albert rising to the top, literally 20 points. Boots was like, all right, I got it, guys. I got the MVP. I'm gonna be MVP for the 3rd week. Thank God, right? I got the 1st place. Albert, nah, man. I'm gonna go and get the Maniac. On top of that, I'll get the Savage too. It's just another day at work for Albert right there. Yeah. Is it Albert Serafin? Is it?
Oh. Maybe. Perhaps, Mirko, perhaps, yeah. But what a day, guys. I mean, let's just go. What are they playing on? Because Albert, I'm sure he is playing on a good phone here.
a good phone, but yes, right here. If you guys want to collect gold like Albert, but in real life,
good
collect
phone.
money, go ahead and make a savings account here for Bank Mandiri with an initial deposit of only 50,000 and activating Live In by Mandiri. You can get 500 diamonds. Just scan the QR code down below to open a savings account. Visit the website too for bmri.id/mpl8 for more information about this, and also the phone. Yes, Gani. I guess you're talking about this one, huh? You really want it? I'll send it over. I'll send it over if you really want it.
Please.
But yes, if you guys want to see the highlights, if you want to see the Savage replay and also the main, if you want to see everything happen, all right, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna put the full game because the full game is the highlight. But Snack Video, download it right now, guys. If you want to see everything that happened, all the highlights that happened today on Play Store and on the App Store. Prove you're a true supporter of MLBB Indonesia team by voting for your favorite game moments now. Snack Video, bites of fun, or in that game, literally the 30 minutes of fun, all right? 30 minutes of pure... It felt like a ranked game, all right? It felt like a ranked game. After all that shouting, though, I feel relaxed. Why? Because I'm sitting on the best chair in the world. What is it? What is it, Gani? Tell me what the best chair in the world is.
You're sitting on Secret Lab, Mirko. Of course, the international award-winning gaming chair is designed to keep you comfortable at home, just like what Mirko mentioned earlier. Not just at home, work, everywhere and anywhere. You can visit the website secretlab.co if you want to check out more info or details, guys. Just come on.
Yeah, come on. Honestly, right? Who doesn't want a Secret Lab? Just sell your bed. I sold mine. I'm sleeping on this chair. I am not joking. I am sleeping on this chair.
Totally worth it. Totally
worth it to get yourself a Secret Lab chair. You can use it as anything, all right? In OG's case, he used it. I don't know what he used it for in his Instagram post, but whatever. We'll just see later. But Gani and Arashi, after two stunning matches by the Royal Club, the ONIC and RRQ. The King of the Sky, I think is their name for ONIC, and the Kings of Kings for RRQ Hoshi taking the win here on Sunday. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we are going to go. That is it for week 3 of MPL Season 8, ladies and gentlemen. It's been me, Mirko, joined here by my partner Gani and our analyst Arashi. We will see you guys next week.
Thank you.